Quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Just Mr. Meeks, his flight has been delayed further, so we will begin and have Ms. Manning sit in the ranking member's position. So it's her special day. Committee's meeting today for consideration of H.R. 6609, the Foreign Military Sales Technical, Industrial, and Governmental Engagement for Readiness Act, or TIGER Act. H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act. H.Con. Res. 27, condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza, who has stood up in defense of democracy, the rule of law, and free and fair elections in Russia. H.R. 6603, the No Technology for Terror Act. H. Res. 82, expressing the sense of Congress regarding the need to designate Nigeria a country of particular concern for engaging in and tolerating systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom, the need to appoint a special envoy for Nigeria and the Lake Chad region for other purposes. The Pacific Partnership Act, which is H.R. 7159, H.Res. 965, calling for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, a United States citizen who was wrongfully detained by the Taliban on August 10th, 2022, and condemning the wrongful detention of Americans by the Taliban. H.R. 6046, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act. H.R. 7122, the Stop Support for UNRWA Act of 2024. And H.R. 7152, the Divided Families National Registry Act. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and he may recess the committee at any point without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures, and without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6609, the Foreign Military Sales Technical, Industrial, and Governmental Engagement for Readiness Act, or TIGER Act. The bill is circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6609, to amend the Arms Export Control Act to increase the dollar amount thresholds under Section 3 and 36 of that act relating to or proposed transfers or sales of defense articles or services under that act and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Waltz Amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to introduce with Representative Seth Moulton as the lead co-sponsor the first piece of our bipartisan legislative recommendations from the TIGER Task Force on foreign military sales. If it's okay with the chairman, I'd like to read a short statement from Mr. Moulton. This TIGER Task Force has taken a close look at our FMS process, and the bill before you today represents the first step towards legislative improvements in the process. I have co-sponsored the underlying bill as a sign of my support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which includes my inputs, is a product of good faith negotiation over the past several months. Our FMS sales are a critical tool of foreign policy. Legislation supports greater senior level policy input into the process, and it will enhance our ability to stockpile high demand defense items to accelerate how quickly we can get these capabilities to our allies and partners. I support adjusting the congressional notifications for inflation, but also increasing congressional oversight by instituting cumulative threshold. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter that into the record. I also want to thank Mr. Hill, Mr. Crow, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Self, Mr. McCormick, and Mr. James for their participation from the committee, as well as Chairwoman Kim, especially on the Taiwan piece of this.
And without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've received support from outside groups like the Aerospace International Association, the National Defense Industrial Association, which I enter in the record now.
And without objection, so ordered.
The issues revealed in our 6-month process of reviewing FMS data fell into 3 buckets. First are the thresholds themselves. For the first time since Korea, The world is witness to a prolonged, conventional, high-intensity modern war being fought in Ukraine. This bill requires our arms sales process to grow. Along with that, the thresholds we are raising in this bill simply reflect the 20-year gap, 2 decades, since congressional notification thresholds were adjusted. And it's indexed to DoD total inflation of nearly 70%. I say again, these threshold levels have not been adjusted in 2 decades, and we all know how bad inflation has been. I am also grateful to my colleague, Mr. Moulton, for further expanding congressional oversight in this bill and helping to design a cumulative threshold limit. Countries should not be able to game the system and structure their purchases to avoid congressional oversight. I am pleased that Mr. Moulton's suggested language does this at a level of $5 billion over 3 years for NATO plus countries and $1 billion for non-NATO plus countries. And I'll state again, this cumulative threshold structure does not currently exist at all. So this is additional congressional oversight. There were also the issues regarding policy input into the acquisition community. One of the key takeaways from our task force was that the acquisitions community is a highly specialized, highly technical group of experts whose work is not easily accessible to others in the departments. Holding senior officials accountable for acquisitions decisions will force greater involvement, their involvement, and act as a forcing function to ensure the process reflects the policy. We all know, we've discussed on this committee many times, nowhere is this more needed than Taiwan foreign military sales. Chairman Xi said he intends to be prepared for an invasion by 2027, far sooner than the $22 billion in backlog sales will be ready. There are many pressing priorities for the United States in the world. We recognize, however, there should be a forcing function to ensure the priority of Taiwan's defense is not lost, especially for certain long-running, high-end demands. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, it became very clear during our task force meetings that the extended and often opaque contracting phase of the foreign military sales process greatly harms our planning and anticipation, lowering our overall readiness. State has a tool to ensure that certain high-demand, high-use items are available ahead of time, both for our own use and our partners. Instituting a funding swap for the Special Defense Acquisition Fund, exactly similar to the funding swap instituted for other centers in 2017, would allow state to better resource this critical fund. And finally, Mr. Chairman, there are our allies out there. We should learn from Ukraine. We should arm our allies and simplify this bureaucracy so that they can do the fighting for their interest and less involve the United States. And right now, because this is such a bureaucratic process, we literally have allies buying from other people and other countries rather than us. This is about jobs. This is about empowering our allies to fight for themselves, and I encourage support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I thank the gentleman and Mr. Moulton for your dedication and hard work on this task force that I announced in June to help fix a broken system, not only for the United States, but our allies around the world. And I've said many times that, especially with respect to Taiwan, I've approved over 20 weapon systems that have yet to go into Taiwan. And that does not provide deterrence against a very aggressive China. So again, I want to thank Mr. Waltz for his hard work and all the other members who participated on this task force. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Jacobs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6609, the Tiger Act, which would decrease congressional oversight and transparency of arms transfers to foreign governments. Congress plays a key role in ensuring the weapons we send to foreign militaries are in line with U.S. law, policy, and values, and we have a responsibility to be thoughtful, deliberate when we're using taxpayer dollars to arm foreign governments, and this notification process gives us the necessary time to do our due diligence, raise concerns, ask questions, get answered, and provide input. Increasing the dollar threshold would essentially eliminate congressional review for billions of dollars worth of arms transfers. This is exactly the wrong direction we should be taking. We need to do more to increase congressional oversight, to prioritize human rights in arms sales, and to require end-use monitoring mechanisms to track violations of human rights. All reforms I've been proud to partner with Ranking Member Meeks on in the Safeguard Act. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who say this bill is aimed at decreasing processing time, the State Department is already approving 95% of foreign military sales cases within 48 hours. As Chairman McCall said, he has approved of these sales that haven't gone through. Congressional notification is not the holdup. This isn't an unnecessary burden. It's a necessary check on arms sales to ensure they're advancing our foreign policy goals and our values. Thank you. I yield back.
Julie yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Mills, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address what my colleague just talked about, because this does not lessen the actual DSP-5, DSP-83, and the necessary process which has to go forward with the Directorate of Defense Trade Controls, something I'm very knowledgeable on. And so I would ask if, and I'm happy to yield my time, can you tell me how this bill would decrease DSP-5, DSP-83 approval times?
My understanding is that this bill would not give Congress adequate time to do the review, and also would increase the threshold of what we get to review, which I think is really problematic.
Again, the reason that we have the United States, the U.S. Department of State, is so that they have the availability and opportunity to review all exportation approvals, to include also your ability to go forward even if you're brokering in an activity. That's why you have brokering activity things like DSP-83s. That's why you have DSP-5s for export transportation, all signed off, however, by the Department of State, by the Pentagon, and also reviewed and checked by Congress. This does not lower the threshold. It only helps to expedite, in fact, the $19+ billion that Taiwan has been waiting for, the things that they have already paid, which would also help with our military-industrial base, but it does not dilute the actual authority, oversight, and provisions that the U.S. Department of State, the Secretary of State, and the Director of the Directorate of Defense Trade Controls would, in fact, have. I yield back.
Oh, sorry. Would the gentleman yield? Oh, okay.
The gentleman said he's yield back his time. Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is extremely rare to see legislative efforts that seek to reduce the oversight power of our chamber and our committee over matters of national security, but this, unfortunately, is one of those efforts. This bill is based on the work of a Republican-led task force which aimed to reform the U.S. arms transfers process. My colleague, Mr. Crow, was one of 2 Democrats on the task force and offered dissenting views for the final report, and I concur with those views. While the task force and bill it produced consulted with many defense industrial firms and military officials, it did not take into account the views of civil society, human rights groups, legal scholars, government transparency groups, or others, nor was it inclusive of a broader set of Democratic members from this very committee, which is charged with debating and voting on its conclusions after just a few days of review. At its core, this bill mandates a number of significant changes to the very congressional notification process that is critical for effective oversight of arms transfers. More specifically, this bill raises the congressional notification thresholds for major arms sales to foreign countries by roughly 66%. Any arms sales that fall below these increased threshold levels, Congress will have zero visibility, zero transparency, zero oversight. We have seen examples of administrations providing below threshold sales to avoid congressional scrutiny. Even at the current notification levels, without this bill's increases, in 2020, the State Department Inspector General found that over a 4-year period, the Trump administration's State Department provided more than $11 billion in below-threshold sales to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, including weapons subject to congressional holds due to concerns over egregious human rights violations. I do not want to further enable that kind of action. And while I'm aware that the point related to inflation my majority colleagues are making, the simple fact is The real impact of the bill is to diminish our constitutional oversight duty and our responsibility as legislators with the prospect of less oversight. This is not simply an inflation fix. I'm of the mind that the more transparency, the more information we have, the better. Finally, Mr. Walz's ANS includes a provision which provides a complicated and unnecessarily convoluted mechanism via which certain countries, NATO members, and certain other significant purchasers would not be covered under the raised threshold levels, but instead would be subject to the existing notification thresholds. While I recognize and understand the intent, this does not address my more fundamental concerns. By raising the threshold amounts as the bill proposes, Congress will have even less knowledge of what arms are being transferred to what countries and less ability to ensure that transfers are consistent with U.S. law, policy, and interests. Furthermore, any such approach must be holistic in nature and include inputs from all relevant stakeholders, as well as provisions that concurrently strengthen Congress's oversight of violations, misuse, and harm resulting from U.S. arms transferred. This bill does none of those things. In sum, I object to the core of this bill and its objectives, especially as they relate to the very oversight functions of our committee and Congress. If we want to improve the arms transfer process for U.S. allies and partners, many of the most significant hurdles lie within the defense industry's production constraints and inefficiencies and with the executive branch. The congressional review process is not the problem, so I must oppose this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak in opposition to H.R. 6609, the Tiger Act, which would undermine transparency on arms sales and congressional oversight. Whether it is to allies like Australia, countries facing an ongoing invasion like Ukraine, or countries with serious human rights concerns like Saudi Arabia, the Congress and this committee has an important role to play in conducting oversights over the export of arms. This bill would raise the thresholds for when arms sales would need to be notified to Congress, denying this committee crucial information. It's an unnecessary attempt to undermine the power of this committee and the United States Congress. We know that delays in arms sales are not the fault of the notification process. The vast majority of sales are approved quickly, and those that take some time are usually due to serious concerns like human rights or end use. This bill would also normalize the use of emergency and drawdown authorities, which would be another attempt to undermine congressional authority. We should not unilaterally cede these powers to the executive branch. I support a revision of the Arms Export Control Act to add provisions supporting human rights, like the Safeguard Act, introduced by Ranking Member Meeks, of which I'm a co-sponsor. I also believe that any revision of the Arms Export Control Act should include provisions that prevent the executive branch from going around Congress by splitting up arms sales into smaller packages that fall under the threshold requiring reporting to Congress. This loophole can easily be abused. For example, a 2020 report by the State Department's Inspector General showed how between January 2017 and late 2019, the previous administration made $11.2 billion in arms sales to Saudi Arabia and the UAE without reporting it to Congress by splitting them up into 4,221 separate arms sales. A revision of the reporting thresholds of the Arms Export Control Act must address this loophole. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. James is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Walz.
Thank you, Mr. James. Just a few additional points for clarity for the record and for my colleagues. And absolutely, adjusting the threshold issue, which has not been adjusted in 20 years, is by no means a silver bullet for the entire backlogged and often bureaucratic FMS process. This is a first step in the bipartisan task force to do that. But I do want to address a few points that have been made. Number one, given these current threshold levels, which again really is no change, it's an adjustment for inflation, in terms of where Congress, the executive branch and the legislative branch have decided to draw the line for notification, the vast majority are for parts. The vast majority are for sustainment items of major weapon systems that have gone through an extensive oversight process. Number one. Number two, the vast majority of the recipients are our NATO allies. And to the extent it's not NATO, which we have discussed extensively in this committee, we want NATO contributing to its own defense. We want NATO interoperable with the United States. We want NATO to step up to fight authoritarian states like the Russian aggression that we're seeing through Putin. But we can't make it so sclerotic and bureaucratic that they can't get the parts they need for the systems they've already bought. And further, just in a broader issue, we are not selling U.S. arms in a vacuum. If we care about human rights, as Ms. Jacobson and myself and so many others absolutely do, we want them buying from the United States. We don't want countries buying from China. We don't want countries buying from Russia. We don't want even countries buying from, well, we'll just leave it at that. We want them buying from the United States where we do have appropriate oversight, but we cannot make it so bureaucratic, so slow, so difficult to even get a part that eventually they buy, and we see this on the international market where countries say, you know what, I'm going to buy a lesser system, and the Chinese, the Russians, they're not going to bother me about it at all. So I would appreciate if any of my colleagues want to make adjustments. We are working with the other side of the aisle on this cumulative threshold and where that is so that countries, I don't think the executive branch is necessarily gaming the system per se, but that can't happen. This is a new introduction of a new system into our FMS process. And if we need to adjust that over time, then I'm absolutely happy to work with my colleagues on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Titus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At a time when U.S. weapons sales are reaching record levels, for some reason, Republicans on this committee have decided that instead of needing more oversight of arms sales, Congress should surrender its already emaciated role and conduct even less oversight. We in Congress, and particularly on this committee, have a critical role to play in matters of war and peace, and yet this bill is another example of the steady erosion of legislative oversight. This time, however, it's self-inflicted. The genesis of this misguided policy is rooted in a task force that the bill's sponsor led that produced a report with recommendations parroting the criticism of the defense industry that U.S. sales processes take too long, they're too slow. Well, in reality, 95% of FMS cases are approved within 48 hours. 48 hours, that's not very slow. This task force, furthermore, didn't meet with any civil society groups, didn't solicit views from arms control experts, and didn't take into account the concerns of human rights organizations, which has been mentioned. Instead, it just focused its efforts on undermining congressional oversight mechanism, simply for the sake of expediency. Since the task force work neglected to lay out the concerns of experts on this issue, allow me to do that here. First, congressional notification is critical for effective oversight of arms sales. Without it, Congress would have almost no knowledge of what weapons are being transferred to which countries, and would have even less ability to ensure that those transfers are consistent with U.S. law, policy, and interest. The executive branch routinely tries to erode our oversight of security matters. You can go back to Nixon and the War Powers Act. Similarly, the executive tries to circumvent congressional review of security assistance, as you have heard, by authorizing sub-threshold sales to move major military transfers in a piecemeal fashion, as it did with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Second, notifications facilitate both public engagement and interbranch negotiation on weighty security assistance decisions that can hold tremendous consequences for human rights. In the past, these reviews have sometimes resulted in canceling sales to some entities over concerns that U.S. weapons could be used to keep repressive governments in power. Additionally, these reviews ensure that sales don't exacerbate or perpetuate gross human rights abuses. By limiting Congress's visibility when it comes to oversight of sales, it's nearly impossible for us to know how they're being used. Finally, the bill would limit U.S. interagency anti-corruption checks on prospective buyers of U.S. weapons. The State Department and Defense Department regularly engage in greater vetting of proposed arms sales that require congressional check compared to the sales that don't. In cases where congressional approval is required, the relevant regional bureau at state would consult with its colleagues in the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau, the Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor Bureau, et cetera, so you'd have a more complete, unique insight into the status of the country purchasing the arms. When we don't have to make that have that oversight or give that approval, those kinds of sources of information aren't cited. In the limited time I have left, I can't delve into how this bill would also prevent congressional scrutiny on defense side deals that may be used to evade anti-bribery laws, or how this would complicate reviews of U.S. defense companies' political contributions to foreign policies. But I can conclude this. For the Republicans on this committee to hold a hearing this past September entitled Reclaiming Congress's Article I Powers to now surrender those powers in this markup seems to me totally contradictory and hypocritical and a bit on the nose. I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Davidson's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Okay. Okay, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6609, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio. Page 3, strike line 20, and all that follows through line 9 on page 5, and insert the following. Enhanced congressional notification in general. On an ongoing basis in each fiscal year, the Secretary of State shall identify those countries that have purchased major defense equipment as described in Section 36B and 36C of the Arms Export Control Act.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
I thank the chairman. This amendment works to improve H.R. 6609 by requiring the president to notify Congress if cumulative arms sales to a single country in a given fiscal year surpass the thresholds set in the Arms Export Control Act, as increased by the Tiger Act, which, frankly, I like the logic of it, and raising the thresholds makes sense to me. But as we started looking into the policy, we found that what's illegal in the private sector is somehow standard practice in the government. Structuring is illegal in the banking world. An individual can't intentionally split large transactions into smaller transactions and avoid scrutiny from law enforcement or compliance with reporting obligations. It's a basic concept, yet when it comes to arms sales or transfers, Congress is apparently allowing and now facilitating the president doing just that. They can avoid transparency and accountability by structuring their arms sales and transfers so that they don't go over the thresholds in the Arms Export Control Act. So while I applaud raising the standard for the reporting, I think that makes sense. If you raise it from 14 million to 23 million, and let's say every month you decide to sell 20 million, have you not violated the intent? And frankly, the negotiation with Mr. Moulton and apparently some Democrats resulted in recognizing the problem of structuring, but they set a $1 billion threshold for non-NATO countries over a period of 3 years, and the report on it is even due till the end of the third year, so 4 years with no scrutiny from Congress. It is, frankly, a complete abdication of our responsibility. And it could be raised that the process is already very bureaucratic. In fact, we have whole agencies devoted to scrutinizing this process. And in that sense, why not just repeal the Arms Export Control Act and get Congress out of the business altogether? And frankly, since all we seem to do is cut the checks and provide no check on executive authority, particularly when it comes to war making or spying on our citizens, why not just go ahead and dissolve Article 1? We could amend the Constitution and simply have a chief executive who could be very efficient. Cato wrote a piece about this topic in 2022 stating many sales, quote, many sales of small arms and light weapons are less than $1 million, skirting congressional oversight. The executive branch and weapons manufacturers can put together packages of sales for $999,999 and avoid notifying Congress. As a result, many lethal weapons are sold in small packages valued just below $1 million. Congress often does not know about such sales, let alone have mechanisms to address it. So this amendment aims to end that practice and require the administration to notify Congress once the cumulative sales in a single country surpass the thresholds set by the underlying bill. So lastly, in 2020, the State Department's Office of the Inspector General reported documented a serious case of this happening. Over a 4-year period, the department provided more than $11 billion in below-threshold sales to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Congress had zero visibility into those sales at the time. Congressional notification is a critical tool. It's necessary for this committee to fulfill its oversight responsibilities effectively. That's why we have the Arms Export Control Act, and we have Congress scrutinizing it. We should just perfect that oversight instead of effectively eliminate it. The Tiger Act raises the thresholds in the Arms Export Control Act, so I think this amendment is more than fair, giving these increases. And I've supported good dialogue over what those increases should be, but the idea that you can violate the spirit of them just by doing one transaction a month seems at odds with the stated objective. And I urge support by all of our colleagues for this common sense amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment from Mr. Davidson strikes all of the additional modifications to the notification criteria in the Waltz ANS and creates a global congressional notification requirement for cumulative transfers of major defense equipment, MDE, sales to recipients if the value of those multiple MDE below threshold sales in a year totals more than the single case notification threshold. Then all the MDE becomes notifiable within the next year. Within the next year. While I appreciate the intent of the amendment, which in fact increases oversight in terms of certain cumulative MDE, which would not ordinarily trigger notification, the amendment does not strike the numerous raised threshold levels I have just detailed in my previous concerns within the rest of the underlying bill. Therefore, while I will vote in support of Mr. Davidson's amendment, out of recognition for his laudable interest in increasing oversight and the passion with which he stated his argument, I cannot support the underlying bill it may be attached to. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I find myself in most cases always siding and agreeing with my good friend and colleague from Ohio, this yet again is one more example of where Congress talks about wanting less government regulation, less scrutiny against the private sector, and creating other departments that already exist, like the Department of Defense Trade Controls, allowing the U.S. Department of State, which we fund through State and Foreign Ops, which is done right here in this body, to be able to provide the necessary oversights. If we want to talk about abdications, for God's sake, let's start talking about how we can repeal the AUMF, which is an abdication of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11, or even the 73 War Powers Act that gives executive credence to Republican and Democrat presidents alike to do carte blanche warfare. The reality is that we have mechanisms in place already, and I think that continuing to try and over-regulate, which we say that we want limited government, we want fewer taxes at the Republican Party, perhaps we should start acting that way. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to speak in strong support of Mr. Davidson's amendment. The way the Export Control Act's reporting thresholds are set up lays out a significant loophole that previous administrations have exploited and future administrations will be able to exploit. By only requiring congressional notifications of sales over a certain dollar amount, a president can break up larger sales into smaller ones and go around Congress. I don't see that. I don't see this amendment as over-regulating. The amendment is simply trying to make sure that we get the information and the notifications that we're supposed to get, and that presidents don't evade Congress. Without it, there's no way for us to know, and the law that's on the books itself is just going to be ineffective. In fact, we know that this has been abused. A 2020 State Department Inspector General report showed how a few years ago the previous administration made $11.2 billion in sales to Saudi Arabia without reporting them to Congress by splitting up those sales into 4,221 smaller sales, each below the threshold that requires a report. That kind of conduct really makes a mockery of the law. At that point, you really don't have any law at all. So any member of this committee, whether Democrat or Republican, should be concerned about any president, Republican or Democrat's ability to do the same thing. I support this amendment by Mr. Davidson, which would require the administration to not notify all arms sales to Congress if the total amount of sales in any fiscal year exceed the reporting thresholds. With that, I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Any other member seek recognition? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I find it incredibly rich to hear the Democrats on the other side of the aisle continually selling American arms to the UAE and the Saudis that they were using to fight the terrorist group, the Houthis. But now instead, the Biden administration is using American equipment to bomb the Houthis. But here nor there, Mr. Chairman, I also, in support of my colleague, Mr. Mills, on our side of the aisle, we hate government over-regulation in the private sector until it's a regulation that some of my colleagues seem to like. Here nor there, the point of the FMS task force, and I hope that in a bipartisan way we could agree that we want our allies, the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Taiwans, we could go down the list, our NATO allies, we want them buying American goods with appropriate oversight. What this is seeking to do is the vast majority of these lower threshold notifications are for the sustainment of those systems, for the parts, for the ammunition for them, what have you. No one is suggesting that we remove Congress's role from the oversight of those main weapon systems. But I'll state again, and I must speak against my good friend Mr. Davidson's amendment, this will make the bureaucratic process far worse. This will go from bad to worse. This will drive our allies into the arms of the Chinese arms market, which continues to grow, and into the Russian arms market. Even though their equipment is horrible, they can get it far more easily and without any oversight. So we're trying to strike an appropriate balance. Unfortunately, this amendment does not. We've worked with the other side of the aisle on this cumulative issue, which I agree we should address. But unfortunately, I must speak in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Davidson, number 104. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The yeas. Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6609, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida. Page 1, line 16, strike $50,000,000,000 and insert $50 million. Page,
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispense with. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, this is a technical amendment. Unfortunately, we had a clerical error as the bill was being drafted, and this strikes, importantly, but it strikes a zero and clarifies the amount. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Waltz, number 127. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this bill are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7089, to authorize the Diplomatic Security Services of the Department of State to investigate allegations of violations of conduct constituting offenses under Chapter 77 of Title 18, United States Code, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment. At any point, without objection, the James Amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as text in original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. James is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been talking a lot about export and sales. I'm a businessman, I'm a capitalist, but there are certain things that are not for sale. To quote The Sound of Freedom, God's children are not for sale. And I want to speak in support of my bill, H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act. Mr. Chairman, first I want to say thank you for your staff helping me out put this bill together, and getting it to markup is of critical importance to not only our duty as Americans, but our duty as humans and children of God. My bill is simple. It allows the Diplomatic Security Service under the State Department to investigate instances of transnational human trafficking directly. Currently, diplomatic security must account for document fraud to be the reason, the proximate cause, it can initiate any investigation. Now, I'm sure we can agree human trafficking must be eradicated everywhere, everywhere. Modern-day slavery is a major stain on humanity and decency. It is a sin. Just recently in my district, I was pleased to hear the Macomb County sheriffs and prosecutors were successful in stopping a trafficking ring happening right in Macomb County. I often hear people ask, why is America involved everywhere and in these different parts of the world? When it comes to the safety of children and young adults, the most vulnerable on our planet, I know that American leadership can do more to help bring justice for these victims. According to the State Department, quote, there are about 27.6 million victims worldwide at any given time. This evil and depraved industry preys on people of all ages, backgrounds, and nationalities for their own profit. God's will is clear. Luke 4:18 and 19 reads, the Spirit of the Lord is upon, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. We have a duty to all, particularly those being trafficked into slavery. My bill empowers our law enforcement to liberate the oppressed and the captive. And I beseech my colleagues to support my bill, H.R. 7089, and I yield back.
Appreciate the spirit of his presentation, and it's very moving, and this is I support this bill very strongly. Any further discussion? Ms. Manning's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this measure and appreciate Chairman McCall and Representative James for working with Ranking Member Meeks on this bill. Diplomatic security officers are uniquely placed to investigate human trafficking crimes around the world due to their global posture, their understanding of local governments and threat environments, and experience in investigating these horrific crimes. By broadening their authority to investigate these crimes in more situations, while also requiring reporting to ensure that the authority is as effective as it can be, this legislation advances U.S. efforts to combat and eliminate the scourge of human trafficking around the world. I yield back.
Generally yields. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, does anybody have an amendment? There being no amendments, I move the committee report H.R. 7089 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call for the yeas and nays.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H-Con Res 27, condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza, who has stood up in defense of democracy, rule of law, and free and fair elections in Russia. The resolution was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H. Conres 27, condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Keating Amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. Keating is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we bid adieu, I hope, to this temporary committee chamber, and look forward to going back to our old committee chamber, renovated.
Will the gentleman yield? I've been told it's going to be on Valentine's Day, actually.
Oh,
February 14th.
my God. What a surprise. How delightful. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, and I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks for holding the markup today and taking care of House Congressional Resolution 27. This resolution condemns Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza, who stood up in defense of democracy and the rule of law in Russia. Vladimir has been a friend of my office and a friend to many in this institution for years as he stood up in the face of authoritarian repression from Putin's regime. When I served as chairman of the European Subcommittee in the 116th Congress, Vladimir testified before this committee to expose the crimes of Putin's regime and unmask the methods used by the Kremlin to mask their malign influence. His numerous testimonies before Congress are just one example of his work to advocate for his belief in Russian democracy, which he says must be undertaken, quote, by Russians and for Russians, unquote. As he continued his fight against the Putin regime, Vladimir made a landmark speech before the Arizona House of Representatives in March 2022, where he unequivocally condemned Vladimir Putin's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, as well as Putin's corrupt leadership and malign intentions. Understanding the threats he faced inside Russia, Mr. Kara-Murza then made the brave and defiant decision to return to Russia to continue to advocate for democratic representation. Upon his return to Russia in April 2022, Vladimir was promptly arrested by the Kremlin on charges related to his March 222 speech in front of the Arizona House of Representatives. Unfortunately, He's no stranger to being targeted by the Kremlin for his work. Before this most recent arrest, Vladimir was twice poisoned by Russian authorities in 2015 and again in 2017. But his defiance continued, even as the Kremlin brought more unjust charges in August and October of 2022 and a 25-year prison sentence in April of 2023. He continued to advocate from inside his cell for the democratic Russia he dreamed of. Vladimir's story is not only one of courageous defiance, but one of Kremlin weakness. His story, his words, and his vision scare and threaten the Putin regime, and they undermine the fictitious Kremlin narrative regarding Putin's invasion of Ukraine. That fact shows the true strength of Mr. Kara-Murza's conviction. As we consider this resolution, we also must redouble our efforts to ensure the release of all wrongly held individuals in Russia, Belarus, and around the world who suffer at the hands of repression. This includes wrongfully detained Americans, such as journalist Evan Gershkovich, and former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, whose sister I know well and has advocated, along with the rest of the family, tirelessly for his freedom. At the same time, American citizens and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty journalist Alsu Kermasheva remains in Russian cell, and I firmly believe she should receive wrongfully detained status as well. Lastly, this committee is also considering a measure to release the wrongfully detained American Ryan Corbett, who's been held by the Taliban for over a year and a half. I thank my colleagues for introducing that measure, and I hope for Ryan's expeditious return. While Russia plays politics with the lives of Americans, there are also thousands of Russian and Belarusian citizens who are held behind bars simply for their beliefs that we hold dear to us. We acknowledge their suffering as well as demand their immediate and unconditional release. I again want to thank the committee for taking this important legislation up, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support this measure authored by my colleague, Representative Keating, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Europe. This resolution highlights the plight of Vladimir Kara-Murza, a brave Russian civil society leader who is now in a Russian prison serving a 25-year sentence. Vladimir was a frequent guest here in Congress and in this committee, having consistently warned us of the brutal domestic repression and external aggression woven into Putin's regime. Vladimir was always against Russia's war in Ukraine, thereby making him an enemy of the Kremlin. If Vladimir were sitting here today and not in a Russian prison, I imagine he'd remind us that this resolution should not be about his story, but rather about the story of a free Russia, of fellow activists, journalists, and freedom fighters like Boris Nemtsov, Sergei Magnitsky, and Anna Politkovskaya. Today, Russia's future is being shaped on the battlefields of Ukraine. Russia's war machine is spinning up, and much of its society and economy is geared towards its brutal war of aggression. Once again, Russian repression at home is linked directly to aggression abroad. My colleague, Ranking Member Meeks, and I support this resolution wholeheartedly, but let me close with some broader remarks on behalf of Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks has legislation that would sanction any person or company that builds a tunnel from Crimea to the Russian mainland. We have clear public reporting that the Chinese are considering helping on this project. We must deter any construction with the threat of sanctions. So, Ranking Member Meeks looks forward to moving a bipartisan bill through our committee on the next markup. Finally, Mr. Meeks, and I must join him in this, must implore that we find a way to support Ukraine and their existential fight for freedom in their hour of need. Failing to support Ukraine, failing to act now, serves the Kremlin, serves Beijing, and hurts our standing in the world, our national security, and our collective prosperous and peaceful future. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Any further discussion on the resolution? There being no further discussion on the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any, Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mike McCullough, Ranking Member Gregory Meeks, for bringing these important measures critical to national security before the committee today. I appreciate in particular House Congressional Concurrent Resolution 27, condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza. And I'm very grateful this is a bipartisan legislation with my good friend, Congressman Bill Keating. We together have a bill that recognizes it's been nearly 2 years since war criminal Putin thugs arrested pro-democracy activist and journalist Vladimir Kara-Murza hours after he correctly referred to the Kremlin as, quote, the regime of murderers, end of quote. I was grateful to be an original co-sponsor of HCON Res 27 to condemn war criminal Putin's unjust and pathetic detention of anyone who dares to call him what he is, a mass murderer, victimizing the people of Russia. On my visits to Russia, I was so impressed with the dynamic leaders that I met, from Chelyabinsk to St. Petersburg to Novosibirsk to Moscow. War criminal Putin is oppressing the people of Russia and conducting mass murder in Ukraine, as illegally occupying additionally parts of Moldova and Georgia. Furthermore, I was grateful to co-sponsor a bipartisan bill to require a report on why Vladimir Putin has yet to be designated, or Vladimir Kara-Murza has been not recognized as a wrongfully detained individual under the Levinson Act. The patriot Vladimir Kara-Murza has made such a difference. The world is fortunate to have Evgenia Kara-Murza, the courageous wife of Vladimir Kara-Murza, to tirelessly work with her incredible children to call attention to war criminal Putin oppressing the people of Russia. Additionally, author Bill Browder has been so clear for freedom with his book, The Freezing Order, which provides that it exposes the corruption and money laundering by war criminal Putin. I urge support for this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the resolution? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report HCON Res 27 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Keating. Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6603, the No Technology for Terror Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6603, to apply foreign direct product rules to Iran, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the no.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself for a statement. There's no question that Iran is at the center of instability in the Middle East. And from the brutal and horrific attack on Israel on October 7th by Hamas to the ongoing attacks on international shipping and U.S. service members, Iran has been the primary state funding and supported terrorist proxy group to attack American personnel. There are interests and allies in the region. As you all know, just the other week, Iranian-backed proxies killed 3 U.S. service members and injured 40 more. This brazen attack requires a firm and decisive response against Iran's interests. The fact that our forces are still coming under fire, even as recently as yesterday, shows the administration's response has not been sufficient to restore deterrence. We must project strength on the world stage and embrace the Reagan doctrine of peace through strength. Iran's longstanding financial and military support to its proxies must not be tolerated. And that starts with supplying robust export controls to limit the transfer of U.S. goods and technologies to Iran, including providing it to proxies. This bill would codify recently expanded export control sanctions on Iran, restricting their ability to manufacture missiles and drones using U.S. material and technology. These Iranian weapons are the same missiles and drones being used by Russia to target civilians and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. In fact, one assessment carried out by Ukraine indicated that as many as 77 Iranian UAVs they analyzed were made with U.S. component parts. We also note these weapons are being used by Iran proxies to target U.S. forces and interests across the Middle East. So I urge all my colleagues to support this bill as it extends the foreign direct product rule to Iran. It restricts the re-export or transfer of U.S.-originated items from one country, foreign country, to Iran. Iran and its terror proxies continue to sow instability on the global stage, and it's critical we take urgent action to restrict Iran's access to technology it needs to manufacture these lethal missiles and drones, especially coming from the United States of America. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this committee is keenly aware, Iran is the world's top state sponsor of terrorism, and their proxy activity in the region recently resulted in the death of 3 American service members, the disruption of shipping in the Red Sea, and much, much more. Not a day goes by when the United States or our allies are free of Iran's malign behavior. This is why the Biden administration has prioritized preventing Iran from developing drones and missiles. The administration has implemented numerous sanctions to this end, and the Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, has even taken the extraordinary step to impose a foreign direct product rule to prevent the production and proliferation of Iranian drones and missiles. The foreign direct product rule is the most powerful tool in BIS's arsenal. It allows the agency to regulate and prohibit the export, re-export, or transfer of any item around the world if that item relies upon or was manufactured using American equipment or software. It is a powerful tool, but if used too often, it can become a double-edged sword. Our allies and partners have some concerns about the foreign direct product rule, as it is a strict legal prohibition on products that could have been primarily foreign designated and manufactured. It is important, therefore, to use the rule sparingly and only in the most extreme cases. Otherwise, it gives foreign companies an incentive to design out American components altogether so they aren't vulnerable to the United States applying the rule in other cases in the future. This legislation would be a first-time codification of the foreign direct product rule and an expansion of the Biden administration's current rule for Iran. The initial rule version of this legislation gave me some concern because it would have narrowed the agency's flexibility and it would have created complications in our ability to get our partners and our allies to work with us. For instance, it serves no one's interest to unilaterally prohibit the sale of life-saving European medical equipment to Iran. There are innocent Iranian civilians who have protested the brutality of the Iranian regime, and we don't want to deny them the humanitarian aid or medical equipment they might need. That is why this ANS expands the exceptions in the underlying bill to ensure that the sale of food, medicine, and medical devices continues on humanitarian grounds. The ANS also adds a national interest waiver, so the administration has the flexibility to ensure that the rule is being applied so as to minimize humanitarian impact and maximize our leverage and coalition against Iran. I thank the Chairman and Representative Moran for working in good faith with Chairman Meeks to reach this compromise so that we could take the strong and historic steps laid out in this bill while preserving American leadership and diplomacy. I support the ANS and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Duly yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Moran is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the Moran amendment in the nature of a substitute number 40. You did. It was good teamwork. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6603, offered by Mr. Moran of Texas. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the No Technology for Terror Act.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I encourage all members of this committee to support my legislation in this amendment in the nature of the substitute, the No Technology for Terror Act, H.R. 6603, that extends the foreign direct product rule to Iran. And I thank the chairman and the ranking member for working in a bipartisan fashion to carve a piece of legislation that is acceptable to both Republicans and Democrats and achieves the goal that is very important to our national security. My bill would codify existing limitations on the export of certain U.S. origin goods or technology to Iran. Under this legislation, anyone seeking to transfer U.S. origin items to Iran would be required to first obtain a license from the Commerce Department before doing so. Iranian aggression is not new and, in fact, is amplifying. In recent years, we've seen a dramatic expansion in the Iranian regime's support from malign proxy groups and our adversaries like Russia. From multiple reports, including the Defense Intelligence Agency, there are clear ties of Iran transferring its unmanned aerial vehicles to Russia since the invasion of Ukraine. Iran has transferred this same UAV model, the Shahed 136, to the Houthis as well as its other proxies across the Middle East. Reports have found that components recovered from Iranian-made drones used against the people of Ukraine have been found to include more than 50 American-made components. Other reports have found that out of roughly 500 components identified in a recovered Iranian-made UAV, 82% were manufactured by U.S. companies. That's 82%. These reports are backed by a June 2023 report released by the State Department, where they acknowledged that Iran relies on foreign procurement and even prefers American-made sourcing to manufacture its lethal weapons. Iran is evolving and using more advanced technologies to manufacture their lethal fleet and circumvent current sanctions laws. This poses a direct threat to our service members in the region, and bold action is needed now. The current administration's foreign policy on Iran is not producing effective deterrence. These 3 brave U.S. service members lost their lives and dozens injured by a drone launched by Iran proxies in Jordan. Meanwhile, the U.S. took 6 days to respond, and this retaliatory response is simply unacceptable. 2 Navy SEALs lost their lives attempting to seize Iranian weapons on their way to their proxies. We can and we must get ahead of the weapons and equipment trade to Iran, and we can use our export controls to ensure U.S. goods are not being used by Iran to make lethal missiles and drones. The No Technology for Terror Act will do just that. The limitations set forth in my bill would make it harder for Iran to produce missiles and drones that are used against American troops and our allies, and make it more difficult to transfer these drones and missiles to proxies and Russia. American equipment, technology, and other know-how under no circumstances should be transferred to Iran. The Iranian regime is relentlessly evil and seeks to become the superpower in the Middle East, which means that they intend to eliminate America and its allies at all costs. This bill would inherently pressure other countries to enact their own export controls against Iran. In this time, America must lead and must make clear that we will not hesitate to use all means necessary to defeat our adversaries. In closing, I want to thank again Chairman McCall and Congressman Moskowitz, who are co-leading this important legislation with me. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mills is recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to speak up in support of my colleague from Texas, Representative Moran's HH 6603, No Technology for Terror Act. For far too long, we have monitored the continual transfer of kinetics, which is utilized in many ways for munitions and explosives, and ignored the simple facts that technology and other types of key parts that are resulting in terrorist attacks on bases like Outpost 22, Tower 22 in Jordan, as well as for others by Iranian proxies, are something that we need to have better oversight of. Stronger sanctions has proven to not only cripple the Ayatollah and his regime, but has also proven to reduce the number of attacks that are being led by proxy militias, that by the Houthis, that by Hezbollah, that by Hamas, and that by Kataib Hezbollah and those in Iraq. The simple fact is that Representative Moran's H.R. 6603 will help us to limit the access and abilities of U.S. goods and technologies to manufacture the very missiles and long-range drones that are responsible for the death of service members. I stand in strong support of this bill, and I hope that my colleagues will join us in that. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say again, I appreciate Mr. Moran's work with Mr. Meeks on the ANS, and I urge my colleagues to support the ANS. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Moran, number 40. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote. No, sorry.
There being no further amendments, I move the committee report H.R. 6603 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Moran is recognized.
On this vote, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 82, expressing the sense of Congress regarding the need to designate Nigeria a country of particular concern for engaging in and tolerating systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom, the need to appoint a special envoy for Nigeria and the Lake Chad region. And I also would like to recognize the Nigerian religious leaders who are in the audience today at this markup. They serve populations that have been devastated by these attacks. Bishop Wilfred Onagbi in the Diocese of Makurdi and Pastor Akali Youssef represent a network of 200 pastors and leaders. I know I've met with you in my office personally, and I want to thank all of you for being here today and encourage you to stay strong, and as Congress will stay strong with you. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.Res. 82, expressing the sense of Congress regarding the need to designate Nigeria a country of particular concern for engaging in.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. Smith is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'll speak to it then.
Okay.
Just that today.
Do any members seek recognition? Mr. Self is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
We're not at amendments right now. We're just on discussion on the resolution. There being no further discussion on the resolution, are there any amendments to the resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk and ask for its consideration.
Okay, the clerk shall circulate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you.
Got a delay flight. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRES 82, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey. Strike the preamble and insert the following. Whereas in 2020, the Department of State designated
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on Christmas Eve, approximately 300 Christians died in targeted attacks, and none of the perpetrators of this set of coordinated attacks in Nigeria's Plateau State have been held to account. It is unconscionable that President Tinubu, sworn in May of 2023, has not acknowledged the religious motivations for these attacks and for attacks that have been ongoing and escalating. Secretary of State Blinken has not either, even in his joint press conference remarks, and I watched it, with the Nigerian foreign minister. He did express our condolences, and we're grateful for that, but that's it. More needs to be done, and we need to do far more than we've done to date. Earlier this year, the Secretary once again refused to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, or CPC, prompting the chair and the vice chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom to say, quote, there is no justification as to why the State Department did not designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, despite its own reporting and statements. Mr. Chairman, Genocide Watch has called Nigeria, quote, a killing field of defenseless Christians. Open Doors reported that there were 5,014 Christians murdered in 2022, nearly 90% of the total number of Christians killed worldwide. And Vatican News reported that over 52,250 Christians were slaughtered in Nigeria since 2009. I am convinced there's more the U.S. can do to protect these believers, and that goes for Muslims as well, and promote freedom of religion. That is why I authored the Frank Wolf International Religious Freedom Act, which was enacted in 2016, and strengthened our government's hand against authorities and non-state actors who violate religious freedom. That's why I strongly supported and chaired all the hearings backing Congressman Frank Wolf's heroic efforts to enact the International Religious Freedom Act back in 1998. Unfortunately, the U.S. Department of State is not using all the tools provided to hold guilty parties accountable. And that's why I've introduced this resolution. On July 18, 2023, I did chair a hearing on the State Department's failure to designate countries of particular concern, including Nigeria, in the International Religious Freedom Report. At that hearing, Abraham Cooper, chairman of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, testified, quote, in Nigeria, religious freedom conditions have remained abysmal, with state and non-state actors committing particularly severe violations against both Christians and Muslims. It clearly meets the CPC standard under IRFA, as evident by the State Department's own report released on May 5th. It also is why USCIRF, U.S. Commission on Religious Freedom, recommended the appointment of a special envoy for Nigeria and the Lake Chad Basin to maximize U.S. diplomatic efforts to address the atrocities that are occurring. We have here today in our audience, you've already introduced them, Mr. Chairman, men who have witnessed unspeakable acts of harm. Bishop Wilfred Nagbe of the Diocese of McCurdy, his people has been targeted for killings and displaced with impunity. He has said, when you go where they are in the camps, you don't know what to preach. It's difficult to console them, to support them, to share with them the fear with them. And it's every day other people are coming into those camps. He said, the poor conditions make the children especially vulnerable to human trafficking, child labor, and organ harvesting. We also have Pastor Akila Youssef, who's with us today. And he represents a network of 200 pastors, and he has talked about how in the Middle Belt region of Nigeria, they face violence and are being slaughtered, this is his words, because of our religion. This bill is very important, he goes on. It will serve as legislation to hold our government, that's the Nigerian government, of course, accountable for the millions of lives facing existential threat from the extremists. Bishop Matthew Kuka has also said traumatized persons are tortured by the bandits. The nation has become a massive killing field, and he goes on, and without objection, his full statement will be put in the record, Mr. Chairman, I ask. So let me just conclude and there are other statements made by so many people, it couldn't be more clear that this is a CPC country. I would point out to my colleagues that we also call for pushing back against Nigeria's blasphemy laws. They are one of only seven countries in the world with criminal blasphemy laws that carry the death penalty. So we name some of those who have been so incited, or put into jail, I should say, and ask for their release, and ask that we double down on just trying to stand with the oppressed and not with the oppressor. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nigerians continue to suffer under the threat of violence for how they practice their faith. Religious and intercommunal violence remains a true impediment to peace and prosperity for the people of Nigeria. While I thank Representative Smith for his years of work on advancing religious freedom, unfortunately, I must oppose the amendment and resolution before us today. The International Religious Freedom Act of 1998 lays out a clear process for making countries of particular concern, or CPC, designations. Congress authorized the President to make CPC designations, and the President delegates that authority to the Secretary of State. The statute makes clear that it is the administration's responsibility, through the use of evidence gathering and on-the-ground reporting, to determine which countries should be included on the CPC list. In the case of Nigeria, the Secretary of State followed that process, examined the evidence, and determined that Nigeria does not meet that criteria to be designated as CPC. Now, this does not mean that the State Department is not concerned by the state of religious freedom in Nigeria. Just this past December, the Secretary redesignated two non-state armed groups, Boko Haram and ISIS-WA, as entities of particular concern for their severe violations of religious freedom. And we know that during the administration's successive high-level visits to the country, American officials make a point to regularly raise issues of human rights and religious freedom with their government interlocutors. The State Department has also made it clear it continues to work with Nigeria's security services, civil society, and religious leaders to address the drivers of communal violence, drivers that are complex in nature and include competition for resources and land use in addition to religious strife. And I urge the State Department to continue to do that work. It is important to note that violence against communities based on religious belief unfortunately affects people of many faiths in Nigeria. This resolution calls attention mainly to the attacks on Christians, who have suffered heinous attacks, including this past Christmas. Muslim communities have also been subjected to terrible violence, and we must acknowledge that suffering as well. I call on the government of Nigeria to prioritize efforts to prevent conflict before it starts and address it when it arises, including by ensuring that freedom of religion is both recognized and respected. I know the State Department shares this goal and is using its authority as Congress authorized to advance religious freedom globally. With that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Meeks, would you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. I want to associate myself with your remarks. I appreciate Mr. Smith's efforts, but look, Congress can't simply say we're only concerned about Christian persecution. We're concerned about anyone's human rights being violated. And by the way, that includes the gay and lesbian community, which has suffered in Nigeria, among other African countries, even at the hands of religious leaders who have called for the death penalty because of somebody's sexual orientation. So, you know, if we're going to express ourselves with respect to human rights abuses, as we should, it ought to be a comprehensive statement, not a particular group we single out and basically say that's the one we're concerned about. I don't think that's a message Congress wants to send. I thank my friend for yielding.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this resolution. While I am concerned about the state of religious freedom in Nigeria and the horrific violence we've seen in the country, we also need to recognize that the role of religion in conflict in Nigeria is complex, and it affects both Christians and Muslims. Yet, this resolution suggests that Muslims do not also share a significant burden of the violence. And while religion is a factor in various conflict dynamics, there are other dynamics at play, like climate change, population pressures, and governance challenges that lead to violence and conflict. I would also point out that the department already followed the process to consider Nigeria as a possible country of particular concern, based on an assessment of the actions of the Nigerian government. And they determined that they did not meet the criteria, because much of the violence referenced in this resolution was perpetrated by non-state actors, like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa, not the Nigerian government. So I disagree with directing the department to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, and I oppose this resolution. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, does any member wish to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRes 82, offered by Mr. Self of Texas, page 6, line 6.
No objection. Further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be clear. I support my colleague, Mr. Smith, in House Res 82. My amendment simply strikes the second paragraph of the resolved text. I do not believe that the Department of State needs another special envoy with the rank of ambassador. I'll note that there is an ambassador pending in the Senate, and frankly, that would be sufficient in this case. It also indicates that the administration is not that interested in Nigeria, unlike my colleagues across the aisle suggesting, or he would push for that ambassador to be confirmed. As of May, the State Department maintained 23 special envoys, 13 special representatives, 11 coordinators, 8 advisors, 8 ambassadors at large, and 7 similar officials with like titles. That's 70 with the rank of ambassador, similar rank of ambassador, including a confirmed ambassador at large for international religious freedom. Our federal government needs to shrink, not expand. I'm not interested in giving the State Department another ambassadorial position. It needs to become more efficient, not more unwieldy. I'm concerned that this proliferation of special envoys leads to more bureaucracy, more duplication, and less efficient government. I fully agree with the substance of this resolution. As I say, more Christians are killed, abducted, or attacked in their home or business than any other country in Nigeria. I signed the Huizenga letter on this issue, a month or so ago. But I agree that the administration has turned a blind eye to the crisis. The State Department inexplicably removed Nigeria from its special watch list as a country of particular concern in 2021. Specifically removed. Nigeria receives over $1 billion in U.S. aid, and the State Department needs to reverse their course and begin pressuring the government of Nigeria to end the persecution of Christians, regardless of who is doing the persecution. But this doesn't require a special envoy. It requires a confirmed ambassador in Nigeria and a change of focus and priority in Washington. I ask that my amendment be adopted, and with that I yield back.
I want to thank Representative Self for offering this amendment, which I support, to strike the special envoy position. The call for a special envoy for Nigeria and Lake Chad region is premature at this time, especially, as gentleman indicated, we don't currently have a U.S. ambassador confirmed to Nigeria. We should first ensure we have full diplomatic representation in Nigeria and empower our ambassador to address these issues with the government of Nigeria and other stakeholders. So I support the gentleman's amendment, but it does not address my underlying concern with the resolution, which I will oppose in a final vote. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Self for his support for the CPC designation. And I would remind my colleagues that when we, and it was Frank Wolf's law, but I worked very hard on it, we created a couple of important points. The CPC is the first part, based on the evidence, designated a country every year, whether or not it violates international religious freedom and the standards that are embedded in the bill or the law. The second is the sanctioning, and that is the exclusive domain of the administration. Once they put a country on it, they now have about 18 or so different action items that they could implement, starting with a simple démarche, but also some very significant penalties. And that does get the attention of a country and helps them to prioritize, are they going to do something or not? The idea, and with all due respect to my good friend from New York, that we have no ambassador, and that's unfortunate, but all the more reason why we need a special envoy. We do not. We have a DCM. We got a number 2, but we do not have a person walking point in Abuja on this or any other issue because there is no ambassador. Whatever the fault is, that's not what we're talking about. We need a special envoy to really take this issue and focus on it, bring all the disparate elements together, and you know. I've worked with special envoys over the years in many places around the world. In Sudan and South Sudan, we worked with Princeton Lyman, who did an outstanding job in bringing all those warring efforts and personages together. Booth, Donald Booth, who also did an amazing job as well. And that becomes someone who, that's all they do. One of the problems with our State Department, and you could understand why, is that they have a huge portfolio that they have to deal with. Huge. Religious freedom, maybe on page 2 or 3 or 4. We saw that with trafficking. I wrote the trafficking laws for the United States of America, Trafficking Victims Protection Act, because we were not, I say again, not focusing on that in our embassies and as a government. And now, similar to the Religious Freedom Act, we have actionable items. We put people on tier 1, 2, and 3, 3 being the worst. And boy, does that sharpen the mind when a country is put on tier 3. And to get off it, yeah, they got to make changes. They have to do reforms, initiate prosecutions, do protection and prevention efforts. Same here. CPC is very similar. And again, when we created the U.S. Commission on Religious Freedom, it was precisely because other issues might interfere with the U.S. Department of State calling balls and strikes correctly. And that is what we've seen here. Other things take advantage of it. You know, the U.S. Commission on Religious Freedom is an independent, bipartisan watchdog that does an amazing job in pointing out what is going on, state of religious freedom in country X, Y, and Z, including Nigeria, and then making recommendations. We should hear their recommendations and listen to them. In terms of telling the administration, we're admonishing the administration to do this. We have every right, I would say every duty, knowing that Christians and Muslims are being slaughtered and put into prison for blasphemy to do just that. I visited churches that were firebombed in Jos, Nigeria, along with Archbishop Kegama some years ago. I met with the Islamic leaders. They're amazing people. They get along. They're friends, like so many other moderate Muslims in Nigeria with the bishops and the clergy that are here today and others. It is this radicalized group, whether it be ISIS West Africa, whether it be Boko Haram, or the Fulani. You know, the Fulani have now become a major, in the Middle Belt area, a major killer of Christians. You know, 200 to 300. 300 is probably the best estimate, murdered on Christmas Eve, and then who died thereafter. And we're not outraged. I am. And I'm tired of us saying, oh, you know, let's just allow normal diplomacy to take its course. The president of Nigeria will not do, if he's told no CPC. And I would say to the Secretary of State, when he went to Abuja, because they had CPC designation, they being Nigeria, when he went there, he shocked everyone when he just unilaterally said, you don't have it anymore. The church leaders issued strong statements of protest, as did I, as did USERF and so many others. So we need to be very clear. We really want to make a difference here. Special envoys, I do believe, you don't want 1,000 of them. You want ones that are really, really focused. This could help bring religious freedom to a better place and to stop the killing fields, as Genocide Watch has talked about in Nigeria. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for my friend from New Jersey. I certainly have always admired his passion, and I hear his outrage. So does that outrage extend to the rights of gay and lesbian individuals in the country we're talking about?
In Nigeria, we're talking about people being slaughtered by at least 3 or more radical Islamist organizations. We're talking about Muslims being put into prison. We are dealing with those issues here right now. I don't believe in violence against anyone, but this resolution is about the violence that is being visited upon innocent people in Nigeria.
Well, if I could further ask, there have been statements made by religious leaders, including in the Christian community, who have called for the death penalty for people.
I'm not for it.
What's that?
I'm not for it, the death penalty. I'm not for the death penalty in this country
right.
for anything.
You're a consistent Catholic.
Thank you.
However, I just want to make the point that if we have to be consistent. If we are concerned about the violation of human rights and the right of human autonomy and freedom, and we should be, that has to be consistent. It can't simply be one group but not another. And I thank my friend, and I hope his outrage will extend to other groups that need our consideration and protection. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm considering the self-amendment because I don't think, look, I think it's the State Department's job to do this work. And while I applaud my friend from New Jersey on his efforts here to draw attention to what's happening in Nigeria, rightly so, the fact of the matter is what's been unsaid around here, what's being unsaid in this markup is the fact that my friends on the other side of the aisle aren't acknowledging the Christian slaughter that is happening in Nigeria and trying to water it down and elevate other things that have nothing to do with religious freedom and trying to bring them into this conversation. This is about religious freedom. That's what the markup, that's what the bill is about. Now, we might disagree. I might disagree on whether we need a special envoy because I don't want to pay for one because the State Department should be doing this job. But the fact remains that the conversation is being had because this administration is turning its back on Christians all around the globe, particularly in Nigeria, and quite honestly, in this country as well. In this country as well, but that's not the conversation we're having today. The State Department omitted Nigeria from the CPC list in 2021 and 2022, and then the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, as the gentleman from New Jersey pointed out, recommended the State Department to redesignate Nigeria as a CPC, finding the D-list decision to be inexplicable. It couldn't explain it. Well, let me explain it to you, ladies and gentlemen. My friends on the other side of the aisle are at war with Christianity. They're at war with it, whether it happens in this country or Nigeria, but they just don't want to say it. And so they're going to be opposed to the bill for numerous different reasons because it doesn't support this group's right or that group's right that have absolutely nothing to do with religious freedom, and they're going to try and muddy the water and make you believe that they actually care about this issue when they absolutely do not. So I'm going to ruminate on my decision about Mr. Self's amendment because I don't think that we need a special envoy. What we need, what this country should have, what Nigeria should have, what the world should have, is a United States of America and an administration that stands up for religious freedom around the globe, including Christianity. That's what's needed. Now, this is a Band-Aid. This is the attempt that we can make, because none of us here are president. But this does draw attention, rightly so, to the issue at hand, which I've enumerated for you uncomfortably here today. But it has to be said. Somebody has to say it. And that's what's really happening here. And so you must also know that Christians in Nigeria are 7.6 times more likely to be targeted and killed.
Would my
6
friend
times negative, Mr. Connolly, my good friend from Virginia. I think I've heard enough from you on this issue. 6 times more
How
likely
dare
to be
you.
abducted than Muslims.
You just smeared people on this side of the aisle, and I at
Mr.
least
Connolly, I have the microphone.
yeah, and
Okay,
you're
thank
smearing,
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
smearing with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, the time is,
Well, if the time is expired,
it's with you.
oh. So I just want to continue the point here that this bill, that this legislation seeks to highlight the problem that exists about religious freedom and Christianity in particular. Don't allow yourselves to be swayed and to be duped by the muddying of the waters and by the obfuscation of some, maybe not in the room, maybe in the room, maybe that will help, who seek to dupe everybody here about what's truly, what's absolutely happening. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members seek recognition? What's her name? Ms. Wild is recognized.
Thank you. I yield my time to Mr. Connolly.
I thank my friend, and I'm sorry my other friend from Pennsylvania wouldn't yield time. When you make a charge that a group of colleagues don't care about atrocities against Christians, I think you should take great care, and I consider that a smear. My colleague may not know. This Democrat studied for the Roman Catholic priesthood. I was in the seminary for 6 years. My wife was a former Roman Catholic nun. We grew up in the social justice doctrine of the Catholic Church. We were imbued with concern for Christian values that could have universality. All of my life has been imbued and infused by those values when I was a young man, and my wife the same. And I take great exception to anybody who would actually question the motivation and, in fact, judge it. And I would have made this point had my friend yielded, but I thank Ms. Wild for allowing me to make that point. And I hope as we proceed, we will take more care about personally impugning the motives of colleagues in this committee. We can disagree without having our motivation questioned. And that's a pretty profound and powerful dynamic with this member of Congress, given my background and my history and my commitment, and I'm not alone. I thank Ms. Wild for yielding, and yield back to her.
Gentleman yields. Any members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition. I would like to yield my
Ms.
time.
Radewagen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I won't take the full time, and I thank my good friend for yielding. I just want to remind my colleagues that special envoys and special representatives had made a huge difference all over the globe. I'm not for, just saying, oh, do it for this, do it for that. There is a compelling need for such a special envoy. We would not have had an agreement on Northern Ireland, and I worked very hard on that, chaired 16 hearings, went there many times to Belfast. Had it not been for the special envoy, and that was during the Clinton administration, that cobbled together, got the very, very warring factions together in Northern Ireland that ended up with the peace agreement. And so special envoys can play a serious and I think an outsized positive role, especially in this case when they're focused on religious freedom. We have an ambassador at large for religious freedom. He's a very good man, Hussein. I meet with him all the time. He was at our hearing too, along with the U.S. Commission on Religious Freedom, and he is very sympathetic to everything we're saying about Nigeria. He didn't say put CPC on. If he did, he'd be fired. But the independent commission, though, the Religious Freedom Commission, has no such concerns about that. They are independent. They're bipartisan, picked by the House and Senate leadership as to who serves on that. And they are unequivocal in their support for CPC, for Nigeria, unequivocal that there needs to be a special envoy to really work this issue. And again, to my good friend, Mr. Meeks, not having an ambassador in Abuja, a U.S. ambassador, really makes it so that we need it more than ever, you know, to really get that focus 24/7, 7 days a week, working with all these factions. You know, I'm the one who wrote the law in 2016 that finally put entities of particular concern, like Boko Haram, on that list. But the government is responsible. The buck stops there. And they're not doing what they can be doing, and their indifference is numbing. And so I do hope that this amendment would be rejected. I do think we need a special envoy. Again, look at Northern Ireland, look at all these other issues, look at South Sudan and Sudan. Yes, it's acting up again. There are problems there once again. But the only reason we get peace agreements or cessation of hostilities and murder and terrorism, to some degree, they are a major reason why that does happen. So I thank my good friend for yielding and yield.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Moran is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to yield my time to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding the time, and I want to address my good friend from Virginia. My intent is not to, and was not to, impugn your character. But I would say this. The Secretary of State, the current Secretary of State, under the Biden administration, stated in his first few months that this administration does not plan to prioritize religious freedom. Does not plan to prioritize religious freedom. You can say anything you want to, ladies and gentlemen. Talk is cheap, as we say back at where I live. There was something else that follows that. We'll leave that out. But talk is cheap. It's your actions that matter. It's your actions. And for goodness sake, this administration has found a way, has seen fit to have a special envoy for climate change. For climate change. Now, you would think, like I said, I got a problem with all these special envoys. Just let the State Department do what it's supposed to do. Let the administration lead where it's supposed to lead. And that's okay. They've told us, not by their words, but by their actions, what's important to them and what's not important to them. That's all I'm doing, is pointing that out. I don't mean to offend anybody, but if you're offended by the facts, then be offended. Then be offended, I think. So if we can have a special envoy for climate change, well, again, I think that speaks volumes in terms of what we don't have for religious freedom. And I would just say this, where actions speak louder than words, it's not my actions, but just yesterday, the President of the United States issued a veto threat on support for the funding package that he advocated for the nation of Israel. Now, you can say whatever you want to. You can say, well, I support Israel. But in this instance, it seems to me your actions speak very loudly. And that's just another example. Again, my intent is not to offend. My intent is to give you the facts. And if they offend you, well, then I guess you should be offended. Religious freedom is an issue in Nigeria. It is an issue. Now, maybe climate change is too. Maybe it is. But I guarantee you, religious freedom is an issue. These folks traveled from Nigeria to be here to let us know that. To let us know that. And we on this side hear you loud and clear. With that, I yield the balance back to the gentleman, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Perry, and I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self.
I will point out that a special envoy, the actual text of the bill says, should promptly appoint a person of recognized distinction in the fields of religious freedom and human rights as the special envoy. We don't even have an ambassador in Nigeria, and this does not say shall, it said should promptly appoint. I have absolutely no confidence that even should this bill pass, that the President will appoint a special envoy. Hence, I don't think that we ought to be deluding ourselves. We need to disabuse ourselves of the idea that this President will do this, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Self. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self, number 69, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. There being no further amendments, further proceeding on this bill is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7159, the Pacific Partnership Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7159, to bolster United States engagement with the Pacific Islands region and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak in support of this bill.
Ms. Radewagen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill that would greatly increase U.S. engagement in the Pacific Islands. The U.S. is a Pacific Island nation, and to emphasize this, I'm going to give my brief statement in Samoan. Olo nuu o se tasi o atu motu o Pasifika, o te lele ono wa afia I whainga mai fafo, ai meisel whainga al malo saina. O tele na wā ati na e saina I te tono o motu o Pasifika, o ati na e te tele o fausia I te tono o Samoa tūto tasi o taulata I loo atu nuu. O te tau nei o na whaia se ngai o inga, e au o na tātou whai loa le ngā waio, Amerika I Pasifika. Wha mau wai se wha te tau o Amerika mo motu al Pasifika, ma wha mau wai le fuafuanga e a le ngā whaatasi I le au mo le vasa Pasifika. Ina ia vau ia le te nai I le ala atu o sosoani ai wha malo sia ngā lulue whaatasi. Mo mori lau whaftai lau a fionga le whai pule case, mo lau whaatau tainga nei mata upu whaapea le mamaru o sui na lātou lango lea whaamoe moe mo le Pasifika whaatai. My home is a Pacific island. We are increasingly under threat, especially from China. China is increasingly investing in the Pacific Islands, building infrastructure projects in just 70 miles from my home in independent Samoa. Now is the time to act. We have to show an American commitment to the Pacific. It codifies an American strategy for the Pacific Islands and codifies the partners in the Blue Pacific Initiative to deconflict aid to the region and encourage cooperation. I want to thank Representative Case for his leadership on this bill and for all the members who have showed their support for the Pacific Islands. Thank you and God bless. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States is an integral part of the Pacific Island region, and we have a responsibility to remain engaged and to strengthen the partnerships that have underpinned the Pacific's security and prosperity for decades. The Biden administration has strengthened our diplomatic footprint in the Pacific Islands and participated in high-level engagement with the Pacific Islands, both on a bilateral basis and multilaterally. Through the Pacific Island Forum, we have concluded negotiations on amended compacts of free association, which will secure our unique relationship with the Federated States of Micronesia, Palau, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands for the next 20 years. I've attended some of those forums and have seen the significance and the importance and the impact that the United States has on our diplomatic footprint in and on the Pacific Islands. The measure before us today, what it does, it strengthens our engagement with the Pacific Islands by requiring future administrations to develop and update a strategy for U.S. engagement in the region. And I should say, when I participated in some, they welcomed the presence of the United States of America and said they wanted us to be an integral and continue to be an integral part. And so therefore, I strongly support this measure that was put forward by my good friend, Representative Case, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7159 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 965, calling for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, a United States citizen who was wrongfully detained by the Taliban on August 10th, 2022, and condemning the wrongful detention of Americans by the Taliban. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 965, calling for the immediate release of Ryan Corbett, a United States citizen who was wrongfully detained by the Taliban on August.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself in support of this resolution. Ryan Corbett's a loving husband and father who has dedicated his life to helping others. But instead of being home with his family right now, he is languishing away in a Taliban prison. His wife, Anna, testified before this very committee last November about Ryan's imprisonment. His wonderful children, Ketsia, Miriam, and Khalid. What he is not is a criminal. Yet in August of 2022, the Taliban arrested Ryan without cause, and he's been held as a prisoner for over 17 months. The Taliban has refused to allow Ryan the voice to advocate for himself. He remains detained in a 9 by 9 foot cell and is allowed outside once per month for just a few minutes. He is fed only scraps to eat, and he's faced solitary confinement for weeks on end. Ryan is facing serious medical conditions, experiencing seizures, and often fainting. And I want to assure Ryan's family, friends, and coworkers who are watching this that we will continue our fight every day until we bring him home. As a father of 5 children myself, I cannot begin to imagine the pain and suffering Ryan's family is feeling right now. And unfortunately, Ryan's family is not the only one suffering through this horrific ordeal. There are several Americans currently being held hostage by the Taliban. This Congress and all Americans stand with Ryan, and that's why I'm proud to support this bipartisan resolution that condemns the Taliban regime for its illegal imprisonment of Ryan and demands his immediate release. This will send a strong message to the Taliban that America, both Republicans and Democrats alike, will not tolerate illegitimate detention of American citizens. And our message is clear. Congress will not rest until Ryan and every American citizen wrongfully detained is brought home. With that, I yield back. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I want to thank Representative Tenney for her work on this resolution to highlight the wrongful detention of my fellow New Yorker, Ryan Corbett, who the Taliban detained in the summer of 2022. Ryan and his family made Kabul home for more than a decade. And in 2017, he founded a business consultancy focused on strengthening Afghanistan's private sector. When Anna Corbett spoke in front of our committee this past November, She shared the harrowing experiences she and her family have been through. Some of the insights she gained into Ryan's conditions in the Taliban prison, and pleaded with her government to continue to do all it can to bring him home. And I know that the Biden administration has made Ryan's case a priority at the highest levels, particularly Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs Roger Carstens and Special Representative for Afghanistan Tom West. I thank them for their focus on bringing American citizens wrongfully detained abroad home, and pledge to continue to work with them, to work with also Representative Tenney and any others to bring Ryan home also. Finally, I want to also thank our Qatari partners who serve both as our protecting power in Afghanistan and who have been key partners in helping to secure the release of American citizens in Afghanistan. And while we are grateful for the Qataris' ability to conduct occasional health and safety visits to Mr. Ryan, it is my hope that the Taliban will release Mr. Ryan and allow him to safely return home to his family. So I ask all of my colleagues, let us all join hands in supporting this very important measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no further or no amendments, I move that the committee report H-Res 965 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6046, Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6046, to designate Ansarallah as a foreign terrorist organization and impose certain sanctions on Ansarallah and other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the McCall amendment in the nature of a substitute is circulated to members in advance and shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text. For purposes of amendment, I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Since October the 7th, the Houthis have launched over 40 attacks on U.S. warships and commercial ships in the Red Sea. These attacks have threatened a wide array of regional security and international shipping interests. Crews have been taken hostage, ships have faced near misses, and our American sailors have been working overtime to protect and defend America's interest in the Red Sea. International shipping companies have been forced to reroute their ships, disrupting the global supply chain and driving up shipping costs by 450%. This is negatively impacting supply chains and the global economy. For almost 10 years, the Houthis have also waged a devastating civil war in Yemen, while also attacking our partners in the Middle East and destabilizing the region. Iran is providing the Houthis an arsenal of weapons. And while Iran was building a Houthi proxy army, this administration sat idly by, pursuing a policy of appeasement. With Iran's help, the Houthis are now able to manufacture their own weapons, building up lethal stockpiles and arming non-state actors who seek to spread terror across the globe. Despite Iran and its proxies building this war machine, in 2021, the Biden administration removed the Houthis' designation as a foreign terrorist organization, or FTO. This bill will fix that deadly mistake. With this designation, it is unlawful for any person in the U.S. or subject to U.S. jurisdiction to knowingly provide material or resources to the Houthis. Houthi representatives and members are no longer admissible to the United States. and U.S. financial institutions must take control of known Houthi funds within its possession and report them to the U.S. Department of Treasury. As a former federal prosecutor, I know the importance of addressing terrorist financing and giving law enforcement the tools they need to do it. Despite the administration's recent announcement to redesignate the Houthis as a specially designated designation global terrorist, the Biden administration refused to use the strongest tool at its disposal, an FTO designation. After a recent attack by Iranian proxies that killed 3 U.S. service members, it is deeply concerning that this administration still refuses to utilize every tool in its arsenal to deter Iran's proxies, such as the Houthis. I applaud Representative Clyde from Georgia for authorizing this important piece of legislation. And I also wanted to thank Chairman Jordan for allowing this measure to be marked up so quickly so we can use every tool in our toolbox to help stop Houthi aggression. We need to do everything we can to protect our service members, combat Houthi aggression in the Red Sea, and defend our interest. And that starts with redesignating the Houthis as an FTO. With that, I yield back. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, like many of my colleagues, I believe all of us, condemn the violent Houthi militant movement's provocative and unwarranted rocket and missile attacks against the United States Navy personnel in the Red Sea, commercial shipping, as well as against Israel earlier this year. In response to these actions, the administration placed additional sanctions on the Houthis, a move I strongly support. In light of these recent sanctions and the continued humanitarian crises faced by millions of innocent Yemenis, I must oppose the measure. The Houthis seized control of Yemen's capital in 2014 and fought a prolonged war against a Saudi-led military coalition that resulted in significant civilian death and destruction of much of Yemen's infrastructure. And as a result of this war, millions of Yemeni civilians suffer persistent food scarcity, and with a staggering 17.6 million people expected to face acute food insecurity in 2024, they suffer from preventable diseases, including cholera, and face extreme economic hardship. Through a tenuous truce between Houthi militants and the Saudi military remains in place, Yemeni civilians have experienced little respite from years of hardship and remain dependent on outside humanitarian aid for even the most basic necessities to survive. Amidst all of this, Houthi militants have cynically sought to exploit the current moment to launch wave after wave of drone attacks on commercial strips and U.S. naval vessels and long-range missiles at Israel. But in response, the Biden administration has conducted numerous airstrikes against Houthi positions in Yemen, announced sanctions and designations on Houthi leaders and facilitators, and designated the Houthis as a specially designated global terrorist group. This measure further sanctions those facilitations and support networks coordinated by Iran, which helped the Houthi militants armed and equipped. The bill forces the administration to designate the Houthis a foreign terrorist organization, or an FTO, a designation that risks jeopardizing the very life-saving assistance Yemeni civilians are dependent on for their survival. As a consequence of the sweeping legal implications of an FTO designation, many commercial shippers and humanitarian organizations would be unwilling to do any business in Yemen, given their vulnerability to severe criminal liability. This would trigger a significant drop-off in the imports of which Yemen depends for nearly all of its basic goods and humanitarian support. While some may point to existing general licenses, The additional legal implications of an FTO designation renders the general license moot without any new statutory authorizations or exemptions. Finally, the administration has made clear they oppose this bill, given these concerns and the detrimental impact the designation would have on millions of Yemeni civilians. While there is no disagreement about the reprehensible nature of Houthi violence, a mandatory FTO designation will trigger a significant drop-off in aid imports that the Yemeni people are relying upon for their survival. Because of this, a broad coalition of NGOs and humanitarian organizations publicly oppose such an FTO designation without humanitarian provisos. In light of these concerns, I most oppose this bill, and I encourage other members to do so as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I almost can't imagine that we're having this conversation in this committee from the standpoint that there really shouldn't be any argument or dispute whether the Houthis should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. And I remind my colleagues that it was the administration, in 2021, they removed the Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization designation. And that, like other things, is inexplicable from the sense that you would think, well, is this good for America? Is this good for America's interests? Why would this happen? Why would anybody do this? Well, let's just go through what Iran is. And Houthis are just a proxy for Iran, like many other proxies for Iran. Iran's got proxies in Gaza. They've got proxies in Lebanon. They've got proxies in Syria, Iran, the whole neighborhood, doing Iran's bidding. But I will tell you, what appears to me, and I think what appears to much of the country, is that this administration, the Biden administration in particular, is so desperate for a nuclear deal with Iran that they're going to be on both sides of this war, and they are on both sides of this war. Let there be no doubt in your mind, and if you can't think about it, just follow the facts yourself. I mean, being on both sides of the war goes like this. We're going to prove aid to some of our allies in the Middle East to fight the Iranian proxies, because they need the aid. They need the military assistance. They need the munitions. They need to defend themselves. At the same time, at the very same time, we're going to allow Iran to receive billions, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars, either directly from the United States or from sanctioned money around the globe that has been unavailable to them because of their malign activities. And what do you think they do with it? Think they buy ambulances and construct schools and hospitals for all the wanting people in the countries that they have proxies, like Iraq or like Syria? No, they don't do that. Here's what they do. They supply missiles to Hezbollah. They supply all kinds of armament to Hamas. And they do everything they can to kill the great Satan and the people that represent the great Satan, the poor service members caught in the middle of being on both sides of the war. And 3 of them just lost their lives because we're on both sides of the war. That's what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. They don't want to designate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization because it might offend the sensibilities of Iran, the greatest terrorist superstate on the planet. And they would, and they will, for the sake of the profits of those who would make a lot of money on the JCPOA or some other version of it, reinvited, re-envisioned, reincarnated. They would sacrifice the safety and the security of all the world, and in particular Israel, on the doorstep of Iran. But with ballistic missile capabilities, the United States of America, too, within reach of nuclear holocaust. That's what's happening right now. And so it is important that the United States of America pick a side. Pick a side. We understand that it's diplomatically difficult. Iran exists. The mullahs in Iran, they're there. The Ayatollah, He's there not at the will of the Iranian people. He leads by fear. He leads by death and torture and torment. But every time the Iranian people speak up and say, well, we would like to be unburdening ourselves from this administration, and one previous to the last one abandoned those folks. You know why? Because they want that nuclear agreement, because it's worth billions and billions of dollars, and they have wed themselves to it, and they have been co-opted by the Ayatollahs, Iranian lobby in the United States of America. Been co-opted. And so we all sacrifice. Well, we must all not sacrifice. It is time now for Americans and people on this committee to stand up and say, we're not going to stand with the Houthis, the terrorists, the proxy of Iran, stopping shipping and bombing Americans and shipping interest in the region. We're not going to stand with them. We're going to designate them a foreign terrorist organization because that's what they are, and they should be sanctioned as such. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6046. The people of Yemen have suffered extraordinary devastation since the beginning of the war waged by the Saudi-led coalition. Unprecedented levels of hunger caused by an inhumane blockade on fuel and other necessities of life. A cholera outbreak, hundreds of thousands of deaths. This year alone, 17.6 million people across Yemen are expected to face acute food insecurity, and 4.5 million children are unable to attend school. We must deal with the attacks on ships in the Red Sea, but we need to do so in a way that does not exacerbate the already staggering levels of suffering that the people of Yemen, including disproportionate numbers of children, are experiencing. This legislation would criminalize the taxes, registration fees, and customs duties that humanitarian organizations operating in Houthi-controlled areas are required to pay. It would have the practical effect of freezing aid delivery and would turn the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Yemen into a catastrophe. This is why we are seeing an enormous coalition of humanitarian organizations speaking out against this bill. In response to the attacks, I support the administration's decision to designate the Houthis as a specifically designated global terrorist organization with carve-outs for critical humanitarian and economic aid. And I support the fact that the administration has been very explicit in its message to the Houthis. Our objective is de-escalation and the cessation of these attacks, not escalation and punitive measures against Yemeni civilians. We should continue following this course. I urge my colleagues to vote to protect humanitarian aid for the people of Yemen by opposing H.R. 6046. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Are there any further members that would like to speak on this issue? The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's lay out very literally this line in the sand that is at stake right now for the American people. And it is very literally a Republican-Democrat line, as far as I'm seeing it. Republican-Democrat, because this is about redesignating the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, not designating them a watered-down version of the foreign terrorist organization designation, like what the Biden administration did after they took them off the foreign terrorist organization list. So let's just outline this again. President Trump puts them on the FTO list. Why? Because he doesn't want Americans that wake up on a daily basis and go to work and say, hey, let's take your tax dollars from America and let's put them through the State Department and send them over to Yemen, into a country that wants to attack and destroy Americans and our interests. He did that. And then President Biden came in and he said, I'm going to take them off the FTO list that President Trump put them on. And in the time since President Biden took them off the list, Yemen has received somewhere between $3 to $3.5 billion of the monies of the American people. And now that these Houthis These Yemens are attacking America and our interests and our ships and that of our allies. President Biden is saying, oh, crap. What a mistake I made to do that, but I don't want to have egg on my face, so don't let me go back there and do exactly what President Trump already did, which is make them a foreign terrorist organization. Let me go out there and do something watered down and know that the party will support it and designate them something less than a foreign terrorist organization list. Why? And it was laid out very specifically here by my Democrat colleagues, one after another, and I suspect we'll hear more of them lay it out because they want to continue to send American monies to the very country and people that are attacking Americans, our interests, our ships, that of our allies, those things coming through the Suez Canal, you name it. Go back to this Biden policy of paying those that are attacking America instead of the Trump policy that says, no, we're not going to be a part of that whatsoever. It's moronic, and it is, in my opinion, the exact line in the sand defining issue between Republicans and Democrats as you could ever pick one, because from what I've heard, very specific differences on the directions that both sides want. One, sending American dollars to the Yemens, one not, and one designating them foreign terrorist organization, one not. So that's the issue that we have going on here. The American people are going to see this play out in vote on this committee and probably even see this play out in vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. And it will let you know exactly the differences that exist here in the House. And in that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose H.R. 6046, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act. Houthi attacks in the Red Sea should be condemned and require a response. But we cannot forget the innocent lives impacted by the decisions made in this chamber. The FTO designation is not just about Houthi actions. It has limited actual benefits and significant humanitarian drawbacks. Yemen has a population of over 18 million people, half of them children in desperate need of humanitarian assistance. These children are not the ones sending these missiles. Yemen also relies on imports for 85% of its food, fuel supplies, and almost all medical supplies. Yemen is already experiencing some of the highest malnutrition rates ever recorded. The United States already designated the Ansar Allah as a specially designated global terrorist group, which will already impede some humanitarian assistance to the region, and an FTO designation would be even more devastating for the country, as 17.6 million people face acute food insecurity this year, and 4.5 million people remain displaced. It would effectively criminalize certain transactions necessary to life-saving humanitarian aid and exacerbate the chilling effect on commercial imports, remittances, and financial services. Even worse, this legislation doesn't even take these effects into account and includes no humanitarian exemptions or waivers. I encourage this chamber to think long and hard about the repercussions of such designations. And if my colleague wants to say that this is a defining line between Republicans and Democrats, we'll take it, because we understand that addressing humanitarian needs around the world, we understand that addressing root causes of conflict is actually what makes Americans safer, not bombast and FTO designations. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure I've heard the NGOs oppose the FTO designation to the Houthis. The problem is that just like I see the NGOs doing various things in our own nation when it comes to illegal immigration, they may have good intent, but the results often are consequential to the harmful effect to the United States. In February of 2021, the Biden administration removed the Houthis foreign terrorist organization designation, as well as their specifically designated global terrorist group designation, which Trump administration had put in place. I have no idea why they did that to begin with. At the time, Secretary Blinken cited humanitarian concerns as a reason for this decision, saying the humanitarian aid could not reach Yemeni people if the designated remained in place. But I happen to know a lot of people care about others that are in harm's way, and that's why we have non-governmental agencies to do this sort of work. Since October 7th, we have seen the consequences of going soft on terrorists in the Gulf of Aden and Red Sea, and the Houthis have launched attack after attack on commercial shipping and the United States Navy. These attacks have disrupted global supply chains, and 2 Navy SEALs recently lost their lives while interdicting weapon shipments designated to the Houthis. The Houthis, not the Yemenis, by the way. This is a consistent pattern with the Biden administration, whether at the border, with the cartels in Gaza, with Hamas, with UNRWA, or in Yemen with the Houthis. This administration constantly uses short-term humanitarian concerns to justify decisions that in the long term further deteriorate humanitarian conditions and undermine United States national security. This can even be seen in the manner that the Biden administration chooses to support Ukraine. They are more interested in a feel-good solution than in winning a war against evil. The State Department recently announced their redesignation of the Houthis as a specifically designated global terrorist group, but there is no logical reason to not have the Houthis designated as an FTO. It begs the question, what is this administration afraid of? It's not about humanitarian aid. We can get it to them through other means. This is an excuse to be soft on Iran. Are they afraid of being tough on the Iran regime? Are they trying to keep the door open for further disastrous Iranian deals? H.R. 6046 would require the State Department to designate the Houthis as an FTO for the president to impose property and visa blocking sanctions on members or affiliates of the Houthis, and there's no other way to do that. We must correct the grave missteps of the Biden administration. And that's why I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 6046 and why I'm asking my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I must confess, in the context of where we sit today, we're in the Senate, a comprehensive package to address, as my colleague from Georgia just indicated, America's leadership in what is, I agree, a battle against evil. And the fact that my Republican colleagues are unwilling to stand up, I'm a little stunned by some of the things I'm hearing. But let me start with where we agree. I agree that the Houthis are terrorists. There's no question about that. That they are evil. That they are principally responsible for the mass humanitarian crisis that we have seen in Yemen over the years. I agree that the Houthis are bankrolled by Iran. They are supplied by Iran. They are a wholly owned subsidiary of Iran. Houthis are a threat to vital American interests and U.S. personnel in the region. No question about that. I also think that Iran is a far greater threat to American interests and American personnel than the Houthis. Houthis are an arm of what is known as the octopus. The head of the octopus sits in Tehran. But it's not just Tehran. We know that Iran and Tehran are supplying Russia in their war in Ukraine. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the possibility that Ukraine may fall is an existential threat, not just to the U.S., but to our allies in Europe. If Ukraine falls and Russian troops are on the borders of several NATO allies, there's no question we will see many more American men and women stationed facing those troops. What we need to be talking about here, I believe, is how do we make sure that Ukraine has the resources, the weapons, and the international support to defeat Russia, that Israel has the weapons and the resources and the international support to defeat Hamas and the attacks from Yemen, from the Houthis. This is what we should be talking about, and we need to be doing it in a way that is smart, that is considered, that reflects the nuances of the challenges, but stands up to the gravity of the challenges that we face. We shouldn't be here just talking about the Houthis. We should be talking about a comprehensive strategy. We shouldn't be here just debating a bill that's sending funds to our ally Israel, who desperately needs our support. We should be talking about legislation that sends support to Ukraine, to Israel, to our allies in the Indo-Pacific, and securing our border. I wish that's what we were talking about, but unfortunately we are not.
Does the gentleman yield back? The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for the recognition. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6046, offered by Ms. Dean of Pennsylvania. At the end of Section 3, add the following new paragraph.
Without further objection, without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
I thank you, Chairman. I offer this amendment, and it echoes the concerns of many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, as were begun by the ranking member so eloquently. But as this amendment is being passed out, there are two statements I'd like to make in advance. I want to call out the incorrect and irresponsible statement made by the gentleman from Pennsylvania that the current administration is, quote, on both sides of this war. That is incorrect. No matter how many times you say it, doesn't make it true, and it is dangerously irresponsible. Second, I want to point out the fact that former President Trump felt so strongly about designating the Houthis as an FTO that he waited until January 19th, 2021, his last day in office, to do it. It took him 4 years, but on his way out the door, he decided he would call them an FTO. So let's know what political things are going on here. In terms of my amendment, I join my colleagues in condemning the Houthis' malign actions, including the recent direct attacks on United States ships. We cannot forget the dire humanitarian situation in Yemen. From CRS, according to the United Nations, 21.6 million people in Yemen, 2 out of every 3 Yemenis, need humanitarian assistance. 4.5 million are internally displaced, and more than half the population is food insecure. They're hungry. Over 90% of food is imported, making the food supply particularly susceptible to international shocks. UN appeals remain underfunded. The UN Humanitarian Response Plan appeal for Yemen sought $4.3 billion for 2023. By January of 2024, it was almost 40% funded. Humanitarian access continues to be impaired by bureaucratic impediments and movement restrictions, largely Houthi-controlled areas. In response to the recent attacks, the Biden administration has already designated the Houthis as specially designated global terrorist group and imposed sanctions on the Houthi leaders. The designation notably was accompanied by general licenses for the provision of humanitarian aid. This bill, as written, provides no exceptions or waivers for the provision of humanitarian aid at a time when the area is in crisis. Numerous human rights organizations oppose this bill because of the concerns over their ability to continue to provide humanitarian aid. As some of the groups said in a statement, quote, the addition of a further FTO designation could be devastating. It would effectively criminalize certain transactions necessary to facilitate life-saving humanitarian aid and almost certainly exacerbate the chilling effect on commercial imports, remittances, and financial services. This amendment, my amendment, would provide necessary exceptions to allow further humanitarian aid to the people of Yemen. Further, it includes a national interest waiver to allow the President to waive these requirements, but requires reporting to both House and Senate committees if it is in the national interest of the United States. The amendment also uses language similar to that which was included with bipartisan support in the Senate bill to designate the Wagner Group as an FTO. I urge my colleagues to consider these grave concerns for the citizens, the Yemeni citizens, who are hungry, who are without. But it's not lost on me or anybody else that humanitarian assistance is not considered in this bill, because take a look at what we will be considering later in terms of aid to Israel, with an absolute absence of any humanitarian aid to Israel or to the people suffering in Gaza. So I ask my colleagues to please consider these concerns, reconsider, and focus on humanitarian aid while holding Houthis accountable for their terrorist behavior. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw my amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. The gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to offer an amendment? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6046 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the motion is agreed to.
Roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7122, Stop Support for UNRWA Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7122, to prohibit aid that will benefit Hamas and for other purposes, being enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Smith Amendment in the nature of the substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Smith is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 7122, the Stop Support for UNRWA Act, and I want to thank Chairman Mast and Chairman Wilson for co-sponsoring, provides that the United States may not make any contributions to UNRWA or to the regular budget of the UN for the support of UNRWA. It is a simple, clean bill that will go a long way to solve a terrible problem. UNRWA, the most corrupt, anti-Semitic, terror-complicit agency perhaps ever, but certainly at the United Nations. Last week, the Biden administration paused funding for UNRWA following revelations that UNRWA employees were involved in anti-Semitic atrocities on October 7th, and it is a pause. We don't know for how long and how much will be held back. But to me, it misses the point about UNRWA. Yes, that's like a flashpoint, but it goes so far, far deeper than that. UNRWA is really a hate-filled anti-Semitic, that's the tip of the iceberg, and it's an anti-Semitic organization from top to bottom. And that's sad, and frankly, it's also deplorable. In reality, anti-Semitism and terrorist complicity of UNRWA has been established beyond a doubt for decades. I would point out to my colleagues that I and many others have raised the issue of UNRWA for decades. In 2003, I offered an amendment to the State Department authorization bill to shift funds away from UNRWA, 2003, 20 years ago, and with regards to its textbooks and all of the terrible poisoning of Palestinian youth. The amendment was adopted by the committee, and it passed the House with the authorization bill. At the time, some of the language that I had in the resolution talked about strongly encouraged the Secretary to consider shifting U.S. funding away from UNRWA. Expresses outrage over credible reports that UNRWA facilities have been used as warehouses for weapons storage and for bomb making. Expresses deep concern over the teachings, educational materials, and textbooks that are funded by UNRWA that are filled with anti-Semitism. We noted at the time in the resolution that the head of UNRWA said, oh, we cannot expect the people under occupation to have textbooks which idolize, praise, and express love for their occupiers. Certainly a not only a tacit, but I think a very real embrace of what was going on. We had a hearing, and I thank my good friend, Chairman Mast. He and our committee had a hearing on January 30th. And one of those who testified, Marcus Sheff, said, the world is asking how human beings reach such depths of depravity on October 7th, and I'm here to provide a key answer. And then he talked at great length about the textbooks, profoundly influencing millions of young, impressionable minds. Time and again, we have warned that today's Palestinian textbooks are producing the terrorists of tomorrow. Sadly and tragically, on October 7th, our worst fears came true. He also pointed out that for Hamas, the manual for the hatred and incitement which they crave has been conveniently provided for many years by UNRWA schools and textbooks that they use. I would point out to my colleagues that we need, without a doubt, to shift the money. Yes, there's humanitarian concerns. We all recognize it, but it can't go to UNRWA. Their time is up. There needs to be a pivot that's very real and very decisive. I will be offering an amendment in a few moments to this amendment in the nature of a substitute that makes clear that nothing in this act may be construed to preclude the provision of humanitarian assistance through any agency or entity other than UNRWA to individuals or entities, and then it goes on from there. And the Secretary of State would have to certify to Congress that such an agency does not promote, espouse, or affiliate with entities or individuals that promote violence, terrorism, or anti-Semitism as such, as defined by the IHRA, working definition of anti-Semitism, and does not employ individuals who promote, espouse, or affiliate with such entities or individuals. I ask my colleagues, really, if not now, when? You know, we will be getting more information, I'm sure, as research is done about how many were involved. One of our witnesses the other day provided us with a book about this terrorism, and it was Hillel Nur, and he talked about how thousands of UNRWA individuals were celebrating the massive genocide being committed against the Israelis on October 7th. And they go through, they painstakingly have the actual quotes. It is filled to overflowing with hatred, and why any American taxpayer should be supporting an organization like UNRWA. Again, I've been raising it for decades, and I get very upset when people say, oh, now we need to take a look at what the UN Secretary General might say. Yeah, they've all enabled this, maybe unwittingly, but enabled it for decades as well. And I find that very, very disturbing in the extreme. So again, we're providing, or have provided, Trump knocked off all the money when he was president. In 2021, the Biden administration resumed lavish funding for UNRWA, and we have donated more than $1 billion to UNRWA since 2021, and on track to provide $371 million during the current fiscal year. We don't know what the pause means or for how long. Now, there are agencies out there, I'm sure, WFP, UNICEF, UNHCR, and others that could provide humanitarian assistance, but we got to make sure that UNRWA, which again is a massive entity that wants Israel utterly destroyed, I mean, that is no doubt about that, and those refugees would then take their place in Jerusalem in a new Palestinian state and elsewhere that is currently Israel. And they follow the Hamas dogma. Read the charter going back to 1988. It talks about slaughtering Jews. If you see a Jew, kill him or her. I read it on the floor during a debate recently. It is horrific with its hate. And again, UNRWA is very much part and parcel of Hamas. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I strongly oppose this measure. UNRWA is flawed, but prohibiting U.S. funding of UNRWA while the people of Gaza are suffering an acute humanitarian disaster undermines the United States and Israel's interests, erodes the United States' moral authority, and further endangers the lives of more than 2 million Palestinians residing in Gaza. Cutting funds to UNRWA, the only entity currently able to deliver life-saving humanitarian aid in Gaza, could rapidly result in the starvation of millions. In fact, the government of Israel agrees, which is why a senior Israeli official announced just days ago, and I quote, "If UNRWA ceases operating on the ground, this could cause a humanitarian catastrophe that would force Israel to halt its fighting against Hamas. This would not be in Israel's interest. It would not be in the interest of Israel's allies either," unquote. UNRWA's collapse would further harm regional stability, including in the West Bank, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, at a time when the United States and Israel are seeking to de-escalate and contain spillover from the war in Gaza. It would be a gift to Iran and its allies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Bashar al-Assad. A humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza may also threaten Israel and our own relationship with the Abraham Accord partners and others we hope would join the Abraham Accords coalition. Israel doesn't want the collapse of UNRWA to further Gaza's humanitarian crises. Our regional allies and partners do not want the collapse of UNRWA to further Gaza's humanitarian crises, nor do our allies and partners in Europe and other places around the world. Let me be clear. I am concerned about the disturbing allegations against the 12 UNRWA employees, and I welcome Secretary Blinken's decision to temporarily pause UNRWA's funding while the United States investigates. However, without UNRWA's staff and logistical support, the humanitarian situation in Gaza would be significantly worse than the disastrous conditions facing Gazans today. This legislative effort is irresponsible. Despite UNRWA's major flaws, calling for its immediate elimination and attempting to jettison UNRWA's funding with no realistic plan to replace it would have dire consequences for the Palestinian people, the state of Israel, and the United States and our allies. My friends on the other side of the aisle, we must listen to our partners in Israel. We must listen to our own intelligence community, our own defense community, and our diplomatic community who know how harmful this cynical initiative really is. There are 2 million lives at stake. Israel's future is at stake, and this bill abruptly increases the risk to all. This committee must support all efforts to advance U.S. interests in the broader Middle East region, including peace and stability in Gaza. This bill undermines our interests as well as the interests of our allies, which is why I encourage all of my colleagues to reject this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, as you might expect, I support this effort. I think that UNRWA absolutely needs to be defunded by the United States. I mean, I had an amendment on the floor less than a month before the horrific October 7th attack. I had an amendment to defund UNRWA. It failed. It failed. We all saw what happened on October 7th. Those are the consequences of failure. The Biden administration has given UNRWA $730 million during its term here. $730 million hard-earned tax dollars of good Americans who wake up in the morning, oftentimes leave their homes in the dark, lunchbox in hand, don't get to see their kids off on the school bus. And we're sending the money. Since 1949, ladies and gentlemen, since 1949, we've been sending this money to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. Here's what they're doing. They're relieving Israel of their sovereignty, and they're working on destroying Israel and the United States of America. That's what they're doing. I mean, it's not just 12 people that were in Hamas that work for UNRWA. 10%, at least 10% of UNRWA's workforce, we're told, is closely tied to Hamas, a terrorist organization, again, sponsored by Iran. I know my good friend and colleague from Pennsylvania doesn't like the assertion that the administration's on both sides of the war, but $730 million has gone to the people that attacked Israel. We're going to give Israel billions of dollars to defend themselves. We're going to give billions of dollars to Israel to attack Gaza and essentially level most of it. And then they're going to ask for more money to fix Gaza. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what the definition of being on both sides of the conflict are, but it seems to me that that would qualify. It seems to me that that would qualify. Now, Since 1949, our American tax dollars have funded the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. This isn't the United States going over there. Maybe it'd be different. Hopefully it would be different, but it's the United Nations. And I don't know if you're keeping up with current events. United Nations seems a little hostile to our friends in Israel, just a little hostile. But we keep on giving them money, and then they send it to UNRWA, and they tell you, oh, my goodness, it's for housing, it's for milk for the little children, it's for clothing, all those basic needs. Meanwhile, the textbooks tell the little children in Gaza to slit the throats of the Jews, and you pay for that. I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm not really thrilled about it. And I wonder, since 1949, whose responsibility is this? I mean, my goodness, we've released the funds to Iran, hundreds of billions of dollars. Maybe Iran wants to fund UNRWA, or the money can just go direct to Hamas and doesn't have to go through UNRWA. I'm not sure, but here's what I do know. The solution at hand right now isn't working. Now, my friends will say, well, they're the only ones that can do it. They're the only ones on the planet that can do it. I don't know who among you believes that, but it seems to me that every member of Congress must think that they're the only ones that can be in the seat. But miraculously, when they decide to leave or their voters determine that they've got to leave, somebody else can fill the position. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody else can do this work, and somebody else needs to do this work. And we're talking about humanitarian assistance. Let's have it vetted and certified. And if we're vetting and certifying it now, my goodness, are we a failure? I don't know what kind of wake-up call we need to get. I don't know if the United Nations through UNRWA has to send people with machine guns and machetes and whatever else on paragliders into the United States to attack synagogues across the United States. Maybe they'll get it then. But this should happen. This needs to happen. It's a forcing function. Maybe somebody else will do it, but they're not going to do it as long as UNRWA is there. And as long as we keep funding them, they're going to keep doing it. The United States needs to take a leadership role to the rest of the world that also paid into the United States, or the United Nations, with their tax dollars to fund the United Nations Relief and Works Agency and say, we've had enough. Since 1949, I don't know what the track record you need to see is, but I will tell you this, and I'll conclude with this. People are asking for a two-state solution, and the administration is now calling for the recognition of a Palestinian state. What happened on October 7th is what you get with an UNRWA-provided two-state solution. I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise in opposition to H.R. 7122. It is clear that UNRWA has serious challenges, many of which were highlighted in last week's joint subcommittee hearing. But I want to be clear, we've heard misstatements here today, and we heard them last week. It is Hamas who attacked Israel on October the 7th. It is not UNRWA. While there were bad actors, allegedly, within UNRWA, at least 12 that we know of, and maybe more, we can't constantly be repeating false claims. Hamas attacked Israel. UNRWA did not attack Israel. Nevertheless, it's also clear that UNRWA's continued existence and ability to provide humanitarian assistance remains essential for both the people of Gaza and for Israel, at least for the time being. As stated by Professor Rudman, sustaining the current funding pause will result in starvation for the people of Gaza, starvation for more than 2 million people. UNRWA is currently the only organization present on the ground and capable of providing for those immediate needs of the people of Gaza. I, too, want to call out the statement by a senior Israeli official to the Times of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu's government does not support the immediate discontinuation of UNRWA. If this bill becomes law, the ability of UNRWA to continue operating will be in question. And they said, quote, if UNRWA ceases operating on the ground, this could cause a humanitarian catastrophe that would force Israel to halt its fighting against Hamas. This would not be in Israel's interest, and it would not be in the interest of Israel's allies either. There is a need, an immediate need for reform of UNRWA, but it cannot be done in a manner that results in a greater humanitarian crisis and in greater human suffering. That will be even further destabilizing for the region. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a couple statements, ask a few questions. So, just number one, I would say Israel is America's ally. Would anybody in this room like to disagree that Israel is America's ally? Be on the record. Now is your chance. Hearing nobody. Palestinians are not our ally. Would anybody in this room like to disagree with that and say that Palestinians are our ally? The ranking member, top Democrat on the committee, just walked out as I was asking this. Would anybody like to say that Palestinians are our ally? I hear crickets. Nobody in here is willing to say that Palestinians are our ally. Nobody wants to refute that Israel is our ally. Our ally, Israel, is at war with our non-ally. And UNRWA exists. Its whole existence is to support our non-ally, and 99.9% of their employees are Palestinians who are our non-ally. So if we support UNRWA, number one, we are paying literally the salaries of our non-ally that is at war with our ally. Let that sink in. We're paying the salaries, if we support UNRWA, of our non-ally who is at war with our ally. Does that make sense to anybody? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I find it amazing that there is disagreement about this in this committee. That there are people in this Congress, and apparently this is very party line, Democrat versus Republican on this issue. Democrats want to fund an entity that is made up of and exists to support our non-ally at war with our ally. Can't make sense of it. I want to take the remaining couple minutes that I have here and just ask one other question. And this is an important question because we asked this in a hearing last week. Asked this question of somebody that was referenced by one of my Democrat colleagues, a Miss Rudman, Professor Rudman, and she was parroting the talking point for the Democrats. And the talking point for the Democrats was, we can't defend what UNRWA did, but we want to make sure that they still get funding. Let that sink in. That was the talking point, the point of what they're saying. Can't defend what they did. Can't defend the 12 individuals alleged to be in direct support of Hamas. Can't defend that an estimate by them 10 to 15% of at least of UNRWA employees are probably in support of Hamas if they are representative of the rest of the Palestinian population. Can't defend what they did, but want to continue supporting them. So the question that I would pose here for my Democrat colleagues, or my Republicans if they want to answer this, but we know that we have thresholds on the Republican side, is there any threshold for my Democrat colleagues for which they would say that is a bridge too far? If UNRWA did that, then that would be too far and we wouldn't support funding UNRWA. If UNRWA went beyond the 12 people, went beyond the hiding of rockets under UNRWA facilities, the hiding of bombs and weapons under UNRWA facilities, went beyond the curriculum that they're teaching in the schools to hate Jews, went beyond the tunnels that are being built underneath UNRWA facilities, because that's not a threshold for my Democrat colleagues. But if UNRWA went at this point beyond that, then yes, finally, that would be a bridge too far, so let's stop funding them. And I'll just sit here and wait for the remaining 40 seconds of my time to see if any of my Democrat colleagues want to rejoin the room and answer any of those questions. And if my time runs out, then I'll yield back.
Chair seeing no responses, the gentleman yields back.
No, I didn't yield back yet, Mr. Chairman. I still got 25 seconds that I'm going to give my colleagues to answer. I would say, Mr. Chairman, let the record show nobody disagreed that Israel is our ally. Nobody disagreed that Palestinians are not our ally. And no Democrats placed a threshold on eliminating support for UNRWA.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I enjoyed my colleague from Florida, Mr. Mast's very persuasive commentary there. But I want to address another issue and thank the chairman for including my bill, a bipartisan bill that I introduced with Representative Ed Case, the Pacific Partnership Act, in this markup. And I want to thank my colleagues for passing this bill out of the markup with a voice vote. This legislation builds off of successive administrations' actions to strengthen the United States engagement in the Indo-Pacific. The 2017 National Security Strategy and the 2019 Indo-Pacific Strategy Report both recognize the region's critical role in the broader Indo-Pacific. During the Trump administration, through the leadership of Secretary Pompeo, the United States invested hundreds of millions of new dollars into the Pacific Islands through the Pacific Pledge of the Indo-Pacific Strategy. I'm grateful that the current administration continued this important work through the Pacific Partnership Strategy. While these executive actions are welcome, it's essential that Congress assert its authority in showing that we are not just interested, but invested in an enduring relationship with our Pacific Island partners. This important legislation codifies the Pacific Partnership Act and ensures that it is updated every 4 years. The Pacific Partnership Strategy points out that the Pacific region covers 15% of the globe. While this territory is vast, it is comprised of many small communities across countless islands. These are the same islands that Americans gave their lives liberating in the Second World War. While our relationship with these islands has developed over these past 80 years, it's essential that the United States continues to look to the future and establishes ever deeper ties with these islands. This is personal to me. My grandfather fought in New Guinea and the Philippines in World War II. My other grandfather was on a destroyer in the South Pacific. This legislation ensures that we are taking a whole-of-government approach to efficiently and effectively engage with our partners in the Pacific. We know these islands are facing an ever more aggressive China, which is all too happy to tempt these communities with offers of infrastructure or bribery, and when that does not stick, resort to intimidation or other tactics. Instead, this legislation helps to ensure that the United States remains a partner of choice. Legislation like this shows that these communities are very important and that we're interested in a relationship with the Pacific Islands because we see mutual benefit built upon decades of trust, not just because a competitor like China is on the prowl. In addition to this, the bill designates the Pacific Islands Forum as an international organization with diplomatic privileges to encourage the establishment of a PIF mission in the United States. It requires the President to report to Congress on the implementation timeline for the Pacific Partnership Strategy, along with any staffing or funding required to implement the strategy. It codifies the Partners in the Blue Pacific Initiative with Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom, and others to deconflict aid to the region and encourage coordination, expands regular reports on transnational crime in the Indo-Pacific to include the Pacific Islands to ensure the region is integrated into our broader work in the Indo-Pacific. I'm grateful to my many colleagues who have co-sponsored this legislation. I'm grateful to this committee for passing this legislation out of this markup on a voice vote. And I am particularly grateful to Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and I want to thank Krista and Congressman Ed Case's office, and also my staff, Hunt Vandertal, for leading the charge on this and working together in a bipartisan way. I encourage the committee to continue to push this legislation to the House floor. This bill, the Pacific Partnership Act, deserves favorable consideration by the entire Congress, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, there being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment and the nature of the substitute.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7122, offered by Mr. Schneider of Illinois.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank the chairman for holding this markup. I'd also like to thank the staffs of the minority and the majority for working to find compromise where they could. Unfortunately, this bill is not one of the measures where we were able to achieve a compromise text. There's no question that UNRWA is a big problem, and I've said that time and time again, not just in this committee, but in public. And I'm grateful to Mr. Smith for taking the issue seriously, taking it seriously for years and raising it repeatedly in hearings on his subcommittee, and we share a view that UNRWA must be replaced. We know that at least a dozen members of UNRWA were involved in the horrific attacks of October 7th. Far too many of its employees, estimates of reports of 10% or more, are affiliated with Hamas. And many, many more have family members who are involved with the terrorist organization. That's why the U.S. administration, as well as many of our allies, decided to pause funds to the agency. Even the United Nations, often the last to admit or recognize its own problems, announced that it will reopen an investigation. Everyone recognizes that UNRWA is a big, big problem, but it's also a very complicated problem. And that's why we should look askance at a bill that uses but 5 lines of operational language to address what is a 75-year challenge. The government of Israel has been clear that it does not want UNRWA to implode, as it was noted in the Wall Street Journal just yesterday. There is a fear that if the critical services provided by UNRWA are no longer provided by the organization, it will be left to Israel to step in, or was noted earlier in the conversation today, that Israel would have to pause its operations to defeat Hamas. Likewise, the pro-Israel community, including HFAC, is not coming out in support of this legislation. Why have UNRWA's harshest critics, including myself, not gotten on board with this bill? We can get rid of UNRWA. The World Health Organization spokesperson Christian Lindmeier said clearly that the WHO could scale up if needed, as have many NGOs, at least in private. But UNRWA provides essential services, including aid distribution, management of desalination of water, and the like. Ending these overnight, ending these immediately, would cause a humanitarian catastrophe far greater than what we've already seen, and would only serve Hamas's goal of getting as many civilians killed on both sides of the conflict as possible. Again, UNRWA must be replaced, and that's hard and complex work. We can't just wish the complications away, and that's why I'm proud to author legislation that would introduce a hard deadline of a year to cut off funding permanently and create a congressional commission and interagency process that will get the replacement part of the challenge correct, as well as instruct our mission to the UN to fight for lowering assessed dues to the agency. But as with so many initiatives regarding the sacrosanct U.S.-Israel bilateral relationship, often driven by Republican leadership, the bill under consideration today puts politics first and doesn't do the hard work of addressing the extremely complicated nature of the problem at hand. The U.S.-Israel relationship is not a game, and it must not be about politics. We need a supplemental that can get 400 votes in the House, not one that plays games with the IRS or goes against the Senate's hard-fought bipartisan compromise. I'm begging my colleagues across the aisle to take this issue seriously and to work with Democrats, to work with me and the long-standing pro-Israel community on this bill so they can get rid of UNRWA once and for all in a way that is effective, permanent, centers the role of Congress, and doesn't produce severe unintended consequences that nobody wants. Recognizing that the chair is likely to rule that this bill is non-germane, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment. All I ask is that we continue to try to work together to replace UNRWA with agencies that can provide humanitarian services while also contributing to the prospects to a better future, to better lives for both Israelis and Palestinians. If we do this right, if we do this in a thoughtful way, we have a far greater chance of success. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Snyder is withdrawn. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Smith?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7122, offered by Mr. Smith in New Jersey. Add at the end of the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment makes very clear that nothing in the underlying bill may be construed to preclude the provision of humanitarian assistance to any agency or entity other than UNRWA. And the Secretary of State would certify, or would be required to certify, that such an entity receiving those funds does not promote, espouse, or affiliate with entities or individuals that promote violence, terrorism, or anti-Semitism, and it goes on from there. I would remind my colleagues, again, over these many, many decades of trying to end U.S. taxpayer funding for UNRWA and to give it to other agencies that are not trying to create young people who quickly become terrorists. And I did read from a moment ago from Marcus Schiff from Impact SC, and he makes the point again that for Hamas, the manual for the hatred and incitement which they crave has been provided for many years by UNRWA schools. There's no doubt about that. And I mentioned earlier how, in a bipartisan way, I tried repeatedly with amendments, legislation that even passed the House, going back 20 years, to say, let's find the alternative. And what happens every time is that there's some mitigating circumstance, there's some reason why, well, not now, and then not now becomes not ever. Delay becomes denial, and we will have denial in perpetuity, in my opinion, if we don't do this. I read just recently, again, a GEO report that was on UNRWA, and they made the point, because our appropriators were trying over the years to make sure that there was good, solid language in the appropriations. Well, they found, GAO, that state requires UNRWA, this is 2003, to certify that in accepting each contribution from the U.S., UNRWA is taking all possible measures to assure that the U.S. funds do not benefit terrorists or refugees receiving military training from guerrilla groups. Does anybody believe that hasn't happened since then and before? So again, we need to find an alternative. There are alternatives out there. You know, if we put a very long time period on that, that will quickly morph into waivers in perpetuity, and that's the last thing we need. So let's stand up now for certain agencies to step up and say, we'll take it from here. And there are others out there, WFP, UNICEF, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. There are others out there, but UNRWA has proven itself to be not just a malign actor, but to causing unbelievable child abuse to these Palestinian children who are taught to hate. And they believe it. Why do we have young people, 13 and 14-year-olds, toting AK-47s and being willing, really trying to think someday I'll be a martyr for Hamas and for a radical Islamic view? That's absurd. Teach them to want to coexist, to respect other people, including Jewish men, women, and children. Said they're taught to kill them and to hate them. That's why there's almost no end to the number of volunteers and people that go into Hamas, because they've been taught from the earliest ages to do so. So this says, let's get the humanitarian aid there. I hope the administration would work with us if we were to get this enacted into law, although the president probably would veto it. I say that sadly. And again, a year from now, 2 years from now, or he was saying, gee, we had an opportunity to shift those funds away, and we did not do it. We need to do it. This amendment makes clear we want humanitarian aid to flow to those people in Gaza who are suffering.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Smith, Number 96, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The committee will recess because of floor votes and will reconvene at approximately 4:30 p.m.
Committee will come to order. The committee will resume consideration of H.R. 7122. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Meeks?
Have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
No, it's in here somewhere. Too close to the
Right now. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7122, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. At the end, add at the end the following new section. Section certification. Certification required. The prohibition under Section 2 shall not apply until the date on which the Secretary of State certifies in writing.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An immediate collapse of UNRWA, which this underlying bill is attempting to achieve, would have a devastating impact on the people of Gaza and the State of Israel. That's exactly why Prime Minister Netanyahu's government is not calling for UNRWA's immediate collapse. The collapse of UNRWA would also devastate the United States' ability to provide humanitarian assistance in Gaza. But beyond that, an abrupt end to UNRWA would result in serious regional stability issues. Let's briefly look beyond Gaza to the West Bank, where tensions are already extraordinarily high. If UNRWA collapses, 266,000 West Bank Palestinians lose access to primary health care. 100,000 lose emergency food and cash assistance, and nearly 46,000 girls and boys will no longer go to school. Such a situation does nothing to help Israel, or, for that matter, the United States. In Jordan, where 2.4 million registered Palestinian refugees reside, the loss of UNRWA would result in the loss of primary health care to almost 900,000 patients. Food support would be lost to nearly 60,000, and 20,219 Palestinian refugees from Syria would lose their support. 108,000 girls and boys would be out of school. This potential chaos in Jordan does not help Israel or the United States. In Lebanon, where we would hope to avoid a full-blown Israel-Hezbollah war, the loss of uranium would create a humanitarian, catastrophic, and civil unrest. 200,000 primarily health care patients will lose access to services. 50,000 will lose access to hospitals. 170,000 children, elderly, and disabled persons will lose their sole source of income. And 38,000 school children will lose access to schools. None of this is in the interest of Israel or the United States. In Syria, the termination of funding will affect some 438,000 refugees, 90% of whom live below the poverty line. Implications will include immigration from Syria to Europe. There will be a halt to emergency food assistance programs that supplement food and medicine needs, and rent. Most of the refugees would be evicted from their rental homes, and schools will close, leaving 50,500 children with no alternative education. UNRWA should be retired and replaced, but at the right time and in coordination with all of the regional partners. My amendment simply does that. It retires UNRWA once the Secretary of State certifies that a replacement is found. We should not cause an immediate defunding. This approach is the responsible, serious way to go about addressing this problem. I encourage everyone to support this amendment because it makes sense and it saves lives. It is for the benefit also of the people in the state of Israel and the United States, and for the basic humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people. This, I think, is consistent with our values and who we are and how we can move forward so that we can change the paradigm of what's happening in the Middle East, and then one day have peace and a two-state solution that will make it better for Israel, for the states, for the countries, and the Gulf states, and the United States of America. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back his time, and I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I yield myself 5 minutes. I would say to my colleagues that this amendment would nullify our bill, the one that Mr. Mast and I, Chairman Mast and I have written. It would prevent further, our bill would prevent further funding to UNRWA, but the amendment says that the prohibition on funding would not apply until the Secretary decides it should. The amendment literally provides that the prohibition shall, quote, shall not apply until the date on which the Secretary of State certifies in writing that there is a viable replacement for UNRWA in respect of 7 different factors. Yet it provides no guidance on what constitutes viable replacement, nor does it obligate the Secretary to certify. It is left entirely up to the discretion of the Secretary to do so. So a year from now, 6 months from now, 2 weeks from now, he could decide to do that. But there's nothing in the amendment that says he has to. Since the Biden administration resumed UNRWA funding in 2021, after it was cut off by the Trump administration, after its terroristic and anti-Semitic affiliations were notorious, it only paused funding following the most shocking revelations next week. We can assume that the administration intends to resume funding of UNRWA at some time. We don't know when, but it could be any time now. The amendment is written so as to permit the administration to resume unrestricted funding of UNRWA, and it provides no restraints. I would point out to my colleagues that the U.S. Department of State said in its current pause in UNRWA funding, we're looking at what options exist for supporting civilians in Gaza through partners like the World Food Program, UNICEF, and other NGOs. We believe we can continue to do important work through other NGOs and other partners. And I remind colleagues that the amendment that I added to the amendment in the age of a substitute makes very clear that it's UNRWA that we are defunding, not humanitarian assistance. And those other partners, those other NGOs or government agencies or UN agencies at that, like World Food Program, are there, and we need to do everything we can to get that money which is needed to them. When my good friend, Mr. Meeks, talks about education, that is one of the worst parts of what UNRWA does each and every day to young people. They train them to be anti-Semitic. They talk, I mean, I've seen the textbooks. I have had briefings on the textbooks. As I mentioned earlier in this debate, in 2003, I offered an amendment on this. That's 20 years ago, that brought out all of these issues about the textbooks and the teaching of hatred, total intolerance towards Jewish people, and I might add, a close second, Americans as well. I mean, and then we're supposed to fund those teachers, those schools. We need to find a replacement. We need to find it fast. And delay, as I mentioned earlier today in the debate, absolutely is denial. So again, I ask members, with all due respect to my good friend and colleague, to vote no to Mr. Meeks' amendment. We've got to be serious. We have, for decades, not done what we should do, and that goes through different administrations. Trump did cut it off, but during the Bush administration and other administrations where this was a serious, serious problem, we would get talking points from UNRWA. We would get talking points from those who felt they were doing a great job. I would read those talking points, and I'd dissect them, and I'd raise issues. We've had 3 hearings, a joint hearing with Chairman Mast just last week. And, you know, you look at UNRWA's Terrogram. This was a book put out by UN Watch, Hillel Nur. It is filled to overflowing with hatred. Let me say again, hatred for Jews. Let me also point out that the Hamas Charter of 1988 couldn't be clearer about slaughtering Jewish men, women, and children, and for destroying the nation of Israel. It's right there in their charter. It couldn't be clearer. And Hamas, this is, as I said earlier during the debate, this is their way of getting, recruits that never end in perpetuity because the young people are being told to hate Jewish men, women, and children. So, again, I ask members to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time. Would any other members like to speak? Mr. Mast, and then, yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Reagan once said, well, the problem with our well-meaning liberal friends is not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't so. And I think this is something that really plays right into that idea. And I'm going to give the 101 that I thought we went through earlier about the math of supporting UNRWA, Palestinians, Hamas in general. You know, you look at this and you say, okay, I'll ask the question again. Is Israel our ally? I'll make the statement that yes, they are. Anybody care to disagree? No, everybody agrees Israel is our ally. Are Palestinians our ally? I would say no. Anybody care to disagree? Nobody in here, not the ranking member, not any of my Democrat colleagues right now, say that Gazans and Palestinians are our allies. So our ally is at war with our non-ally. UNRWA's sole existence is to support our non-ally. UNRWA has 30,000 people roughly that are our non-ally working for them, that we pay their salaries. That makes no sense, to pay the salary of our non-allies that are at war with our allies. None of this makes sense. Not to do it yesterday, not to do it today, not to do it tomorrow, and not to wait for 365 days or sometime less, because truthfully, Secretary of State Blinken will be gone before then, but not to wait till even Secretary of State Blinken continues out his term. It makes no sense to continue funding an entity that supports the destruction of our ally. That is an entity that supports our non-ally. The math just doesn't simply add up. And so, you know, I'll just state one more time for the record that nobody in here disagreed that Israel is our ally, and nobody in here disagreed that Palestinians are not our ally. Still don't see anybody disagree on that. So there should be common ground on this. It's amazing to me that it's not. In that,
will the gentleman yield?
I didn't hear who asked, but I usually do. Absolutely, I will yield. I always enjoy a good.
So not to debate you, but I'll agree with you. Israel is our ally. In fact, Israel is our most important ally in the Middle East, perhaps one of our most important allies in the world. The United States has no better friend than Israel, and Israel has no better friend than the United States. That's why I'm so frustrated, so angry that my colleagues on the other side are using Israel as a stunt, as a tool to advance their own partisan politics, rather than standing up and making sure we give Israel the support it needs and make sure we protect not just Israel, but work to help our Ukrainian allies. The Palestinians are neither an ally or an enemy. Palestinians are a population. They are a population that have been failed by their leadership for more than 100 years. As Abba even famously said,
I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds to make a point here.
Palestinians have been failed by the leadership. Abba even said they've never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. But it is important that the people are not punished for their leadership by starvation or by deprivation of education. In fact, it's in the United States' interest that we make sure that the humanitarian needs for the Palestinians are addressed, so that we can get to a place where the Palestinians, I'm not sure who said that, so we can get to a place where the Palestinians will recognize Israel. Israel can have the security it deserves.
So I am going to regain my time.
Okay, you can have it back.
Yeah. And I'm always happy to engage in this, because I think it's important that we hear what anybody says on this. But what was said by the ranking member is that if we cut off funding, well, we're cutting off funding for their health care. We're cutting off funding for the sole source of income for this many tens of thousands of individuals. If we do that, we're putting in jeopardy a two-state solution, which I think we should absolutely have in jeopardy. It makes no sense to make a state out of an entity that we would immediately have to designate a foreign terrorist organization. That makes no sense. But, you know, I would beg the question, what responsibility is it of the American people to pay for the health care or the sole source of income for any Palestinian? And it is not the responsibility, in my opinion, of any of us. And they are absolutely, I would disagree with you, they are absolutely either a friend or an ally. you can very much say it is binary, that an entity or a group is one or another. Houthis are not necessarily a nation, but we could say whether they are a friend or an ally, or whether they are an enemy, and they are absolutely an enemy. Palestinians are enemies of Israel and enemies of the United States of America. Nobody in here argued if I asked if they were an ally. Nobody said that Palestinians are an ally. Let's keep that for the record. Anybody who wants to change that, I'd encourage you to speak up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mast, Chairman Mast. Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, Mr. Schneider.
So I'll continue what I was trying to say. You asked why should the United States have an interest in the humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian population. The United States has an interest in peace. The United States has an interest in ensuring that Israel's security is guaranteed. Israel is a Jewish democratic nation, is protected. And to leave the Palestinians in despair, to deprive them of humanitarian relief and assistance, only feeds Hamas. You asked who is an enemy, he's leaving. Let the record show he's not staying to hear. But who is an enemy? Hamas is an enemy of Israel, an enemy of the United States, an enemy of peace-loving people. Hezbollah is an enemy. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is an enemy, all supported by Iran. What we should be doing in this body is uniting, working across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, to make sure that our interests are protected, not just in the Middle East and around the world, protecting democracy, protecting the sovereignty of nations like Ukraine, protecting the security of allies like Israel. And we can't turn a blind eye to the humanity of Palestinians, and we can't turn a blind eye to the fact that Israel is fighting a war for its existence against Hamas. We can do both. I yield back. Happy to yield.
You made the right point, in my opinion, towards the end, that Israel is in a fight for their existence. And I would just go back to the point, for an ally that is in a fight for its existence, why would we give funding to the entity that is out there supporting who they are in a fight for their existence against? Thank you for yielding me time.
I'll reclaim the time, and I agree with you. I want to replace UNRWA. UNRWA has been a problem for 75 years. But we have to do it in a way that is smart, that doesn't sacrifice the humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people, and doesn't put Israel in a place where they're responsible for civilization without the vehicles to deliver humanitarian aid that is desperately needed. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Mills for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a lot's been said, and I first just want to start by saying that I have a tremendous amount of respect for my colleague from New York, Ranking Member Meeks. He has been tremendous in his ability to work across the aisle on bipartisan agreements. But I would say that I stand in strong opposition to the Amendment 63. Many of the members who sit in this body, unlike myself, have been here multiple terms. And throughout those terms, we continue to talk about things like, well, we need to work on the replacement of the AUMF. We need to work on the replacement of UNRWA. And as the sitting chairman, Mr. Smith, has said multiple times, who's proposed this for 20 years, this is nothing more than kicking the can. And meanwhile, while we're kicking that can, as we did last year, we contributed another $363 million to fund UNRWA so that, as was recorded in the last hearing, 10 to 15% of the 13,000 employees were in support of Hamas. 12 members of UNRWA actually took part in the horrific attacks on October 7th. 3,000 UNRWA teachers celebrated the attacks on Israel. So when we talk about withdrawing UNRWA feeds Hamas, that's not factual, because right now, by continuing the funding of UNRWA, we actually are feeding Hamas. You know, this idea that we would deprive them of education, well, as the sitting chairman has talked about, as well as for the members of our recent committee, the radicalized education system is actually working to create hate. And if any of us remember former Congressman Wilson, one of the things that he used to talk about consistently after the defeat of Russia was that we must ensure that education is put in place so that we can make a guarantee that we won't have the rise of further radical extremists. I'm sorry, but there are things like UNHCR or UNHRC who can fill that gap if need be. World Food Program, implementing partners out of the United States Agency of International Development. So this continuation and this desire to kick the can for those who've been in office here for 2 and 3 and 5 and 7 terms is unacceptable and just leads to the show that you're here to play politics and be a politician, not to be a statesman and a representative to actually get things done. And I happily welcome any member in this body to tell me about standing with our allies, because I didn't see a single face in this room with me on October 11th as I was pulling Americans out of Israel myself. Or on August 26th of 2021, when I was conducting the first overland rescue of Americans out of Afghanistan. So I don't think my patriotism is going to be in question here, but I do think your ability as officials to actually get things done is in question. And so I stand in opposition to this because it's time for us to remove ourselves from UNRWA, to take actual actions to defend the people of Israel. And I don't think that kicking the can on this is actually going to serve the purpose, which is what we're wanting, which is for Israel to exist. For all of us who swore an oath to our Constitution, let us not forget that it is based upon our Christian Judeo beliefs. And I don't think that our constitutional obligation is to worry about supporting funding to an organization that continues to go against the very people who's trying to destroy the people of Israel. With that, I yield.
Thank you very much. I yield to Mr. Self, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Why would it surprise us that 12 UNRWA employees participated in October 7th? Why would it surprise us that their locations have been used for storage spots when the vast bulk, probably more than 90% of the 30,000 UNRWA employees that have already been referenced in this hearing are Palestinian? Why would that surprise us? It should not. And this is the ultimate case of the fox guarding the hen house. And I stand in strong support of this bill and against this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Meeks, number 63. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman has asked for a roll call vote. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Chair recognizes Ms. Mannion.
I'd like to thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Chris Smith, for his leadership on these issues, including the important hearings he's held in our subcommittee on UNRWA. For years, many of us have been concerned that UNRWA workers were fostering hatred against Israel and against Jews with the textbooks they used in UNRWA schools and lessons being taught by UNRWA teachers. We have raised those concerns with UNRWA and more broadly with the UN and the Secretary General to no avail. Sadly, we recently learned that at least 12 of UNRWA's own employees participated in or helped plan the barbaric October 7th terrorist attack against Israel, in which more than 1,200 innocent civilians were brutalized, raped, murdered, and hundreds, including Americans, were taken hostage. And more than 100, including Americans, are still being held hostage. There have even been reports that UNRWA employees harbored hostages in their own homes. This is simply unacceptable. U.S. taxpayer money should never be used to support terrorists who fight for the destruction of our democratic ally, Israel. We are, however, sensitive to the plight of innocent Palestinians used by Hamas as human shields, and we know how critical it is to get humanitarian support to innocent Palestinians who are caught in Hamas's brutal war. And as we heard in this committee room last week, there is currently no aid group on the ground in Gaza with the broad ability of UNRWA to get humanitarian assistance where it is needed. There are some aid groups, but they do not have the ability to address the crisis at hand. It is in Israel's interest to have humanitarian aid provided to innocent Palestinians. Israel has said as much. Once this conflict is over and the rebuilding of Gaza begins, we can evaluate whether UNRWA's very mandate is problematic, as I believe it is, and whether different aid agencies should be supported and replace UNRWA, which I believe is the right long-term move. But in the meantime, we need UNRWA to provide much-needed humanitarian aid to innocent Palestinians. However, we must ensure that UNRWA does not continue to employ or use people who are members of Hamas or who provide material support to Hamas. That's why my amendment would require the Secretary of State to first certify to Congress that no current UNRWA employees participated in the brutal October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel, and that no UNRWA employees are knowingly providing material support to Hamas. If the Secretary is unable to make that determination, then the remaining provisions of the bill would still apply. This common sense amendment would increase our leverage and our oversight of UNRWA, helping to make sure that our international assistance can never be used to promote terrorism. I believe this amendment would strengthen accountability and oversight of UNRWA and make crystal clear that we will not tolerate taxpayer dollars going to Hamas. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I would like to continue recognizing Ms. Manning to offer her amendment at this point, if you would.
Chairman Smith, it's been a long day.
I know it is.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, the clerk will distribute the amendment and shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 7122, offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina. Add at the end the following new section. The Secretary of State may waive the prohibition under Section 2 if the Secretary certifies to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Committee on
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentlelady.
Chairman Smith, I hope that the members who were listening will apply all the comments I made before my amendment was read to my amendment, and I don't want to take the committee's time in repeating my presentation. With that, I yield back.
Where are we? He yields back. Any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to my good friend, we co-chair the Combating Anti-Semitism Caucus. I do rise in opposition to this amendment, and I just want to make very clear to my colleagues that this will, again, gut the underlying bill. It permits the Secretary of State to waive the prohibition on funding for UNRWA, so long as the Secretary certifies that no one employed by UNRWA as of the date of enactment of the bill participated in the October 7th attack or knowingly provided financial or material support. The problem is that what UNRWA has done systematically and aggressively over the course of many, many decades is to train up an entire generation of Palestinian youth, and I would argue it's more than training, it is child abuse, to causing them to hate Jews, to be filled with virulence and false images of Jewish people. I remember asking a group of Palestinian youth on one trip right after 9/11, and they were very, very intelligent, the best of the class, and they started telling me how no Jews died in 9/11, and I begged to differ with them and said, I know at least 5 widows in my district who are Jewish, and their husbands were Jewish. Then they said the Jews caused 9/11. There's so much misinformation and lies being proffered by UNRWA, and it has been. And if you just look at the textbooks, I remind my colleagues that our 3 hearings that we have had, they put a real focus on what is taught, and what is taught is to hate and hope that Jews are killed. So We need to find an alternative. Our amendment, the amendment that would be pending, that I offered, would say that we need to find an alternative that is not, I say again, not anti-Semitic, and UNRWA is not it. So we need to pivot now, and believe me, there are organizations. We have mustered and brought together forces in the past to ensure that humanitarian crises are met, and they're met effectively. UNRWA has proven itself, has disqualified itself over and over again in this regard, especially as it relates to what they've done to generation after generation of Palestinian youth. So I really, with all due respect, rise up against it and ask my colleagues to vote no.
Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks.
Yes, I agree with my colleague, Representative Manning, that no U.S. funding should support any entity that supports terrorism or employs individuals who support terrorist organizations, including in UNRWA. That's why I support this amendment. I'll also say that basically, I think in a bipartisan way, we're united in that we want to help and support Israel. We all have seemed to have said that the lifespan of UNRWA, moving forward, has to be reviewed and changed, but we're in a particular moment of crises right now. And the deal is whether or not right now, today, if we defund UNRWA, what would happen to millions of people? Fact of the matter is, no one would be or should be more concerned about UNRWA than the Israeli government itself. And we should listen to what the Israeli government has said on this matter. The Israeli government. The Israeli government. And I quote again. This comes from a senior Israeli official. Quote, if UNRWA ceases operating on the ground, he's talking about right now, this could cause a humanitarian catastrophe that would force Israel to halt its fighting against Hamas. This would not be in Israel's interest, and it would not be in the interest of Israel's allies either, unquote. So at this moment of time of which we are in, what this bill does undercuts what Israel thinks is in its best interest as we move forward. And I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard this point made numerous times today, Mr. Ranking Member. Do you have a name? I've never heard you reference a name to this.
I can get you a name. I don't have the name.
Because I've heard it said in debate earlier and debate now. I would think that that would be pretty relevant.
So I'm told that there was no name, but the Israeli government gave the quote to the Times of Israel directly.
A janitor or somebody important?
The Israeli government, a high official in the Israeli government, a senior Israeli official.
How we know that? If, like I said, it's been
on the Israeli government.
I would just say it's been referenced irresponsibly. I don't know how many times today to say, oh, this person in the government said this. And we, as the U.S. House of Representatives, the American government, we should do what this unknown person in the Israeli government tells us to. Pretty much every American that I could think of back in my community would pretty much have my head for saying that that should be the way that we operate. But I appreciate you at least trying to get me an answer on that. And the answer is we don't know who in the world the person is at this moment. I did have a question about the amendment, ma'am, if you would oblige me. Would that prohibition on financial or material support to Hamas, would that include anybody that writes the UNRWA school curriculum, distributes the UNRWA school curriculum, teaches the UNRWA school curriculum that all teaches Jew hate?
I would consider that material support to Hamas.
Thank you for answering that. And I think I've had all of my questions answered. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Sherman.
Yes. Thank you. Having spared the committee my pontifications up until this point, I'll take 1 minute to address the Houthi bill, and then I'll come back to this one. There are those, we should designate the Houthi in the highest terms as a terrorist state. I know there's some in the aid community who say, well, that will make it a little bit more difficult for us to provide food to the Yemenis who live under Houthi control. What those aid agencies haven't focused on is the number of people dying because of what the Houthi are doing. First, huge grain exports come from the Black Sea. They come from Russia, they come from Ukraine. The only way, the fastest way, the best way for them to get to hungry people in Ethiopia and Sudan and in India is through the Suez Canal. The Houthi have stopped that. Now that means that people who can barely afford food in some of the poorest parts of the world are now barely affording 2 meals instead of 3. Second, what the Houthi have done is lower the standard of living in Europe to some degree by preventing exports from coming from Asia to Europe. That will inevitably affect the generosity of Europeans and their willingness to keep funding the very aid agencies that are telling us don't mess with the Houthi. Now to this bill. I've had extensive conversations, as have some others of this committee, with Israeli officials focused on UNRWA and aid to the Palestinians. I have no doubts how evil some elements of UNRWA are. I want to thank this committee and the floor, finally, for passing a bill I've been working on for half a dozen years to at least require a report on UNRWA's schools. And as has been pointed out, you might be able to say, well, there are a dozen terrorists identified who are UNRWA employees. Don't blame the top management. The top management has known for decades what's being taught in those schools, and what is being taught is terrorism. I have no love for UNRWA. I would have supported this bill if it had been a bit more practical. But my discussions with Israeli officials have illuminated me a bit. First, Israel trusts the other agencies of the UN, UNICEF, World Food Program, etc., which surprised me, frankly, because I'm aware of the UN General Assembly, and as a Zionist, I'm not a fan. Second, Israel knows that the Palestinians have to be fed for the coming months. They are not calling for us to pull the plug immediately on UNRWA. So I think this bill would be a much better bill if it gave the State Department until the end of the year to pull the plug on UNRWA. I suggested that to the author. We were not able to reach an agreement. But if this bill became effective on December 31, I would be a yes vote. Instead, I have to reluctantly oppose this, and I feel a little odd because I am not a fan of UNRWA and worked for years on a bill that is regarded, that shines a light on how they educate for terrorism. So I support the amendment, although I don't know how you would certify that every one of thousands of employees was not associated with Hamas. I support the objective of the bill, which is to see that aid to Palestinians in the future goes through organizations that are benign rather than through UNRWA. But I cannot support a bill that goes into effect immediately or even with a couple months' delay because UNRWA is there on the ground, Palestinians are hungry, and it is not in Israel's interest to see that food does not get delivered. So let's have I hope that we in the future can deal with a practical bill that cuts off UNRWA after a reasonable period of time to start working with and staffing up these other agencies, including UN agencies, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Let me just announce for the committee, we have votes called at 5:45. I certainly don't want to do anything to stop this debate that we're having, but in the interest of, if members would like to get the votes done before that vote on the floor, otherwise we'll be coming back after the votes on the floor to finish. And But I just say that as a point of reference. I don't want to have any chilling effect.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was going to say something
Mr.
nice.
Wilson's
I was going to say
recognized.
something nice about Kathy Manning, but I won't. Thank you.
Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Manning, number 48. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A very quick roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this bill are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7152, the Divided Families National Registry Act. The bill was circulated in advance. Clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7152, to direct the Secretary of State to establish a national registry of Korean American divided families and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Ms. Young Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCall, for recognizing me and holding today's markup. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 7152, Divided Families National Registry Act. This bill directs the Special Envoy on North Korea Human Rights to identify Korean American families who wish to be reunited with family and their family members in North Korea, and to establish a registry of the names to help facilitate future reunions. As a Korean American with family members who fled North Korea, this is an issue that is deeply personal to me. And I have great empathy for these families. And making these reunifications happen has been a top priority of mine. Last Congress, I joined Representative Grace Meng to introduce the Divided Families Reunification Act, which requires the Secretary of State to consult with South Korean officials on family reunion opportunities for the Korean American families and their relatives in North Korea. And I also introduced House Resolution 126, which is a bipartisan resolution calling on the U.S. and North Korea to treat family reunifications as a humanitarian issue and to reunite Korean American divided families with immediate relatives. Time is running out to make family reunification a reality, so we must treat this issue with urgency. While I'm pleased that we are marking up this bill, there is still much more that needs to be done. North Korea's behavior is getting only more erratic, and the crimes against humanity he commits against his own people will only worsen if we do not take him seriously. The North Korean Human Rights Act, which authorizes activities promoting the free flow of outside information into North Korea and protecting North Korean defectors, expired last year. So I joined Senator Marco Rubio to introduce the North Korean Human Rights Reauthorization Act, which reauthorizes and makes improvements to U.S.-North Korean human rights policy by stepping up efforts to get information not controlled by Kim Jong-un inside of North Korea. I hope that the committee will work with me on this legislation so that we can show Kim Jong-un that we take his human rights abuses seriously and show the innocent victims of his crimes that the United States supports them. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7152, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, the committee will move into consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the Meeks amendment in the nature of a substitute. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7152, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Divided Families National Registry Act. Section 2, national...
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation, and I want to especially thank Representative Wexton, the author, for her work in reconnecting Korean families that have long been separated from one another for decades. The separation of Korean family members on either side of the border remains one of the most painful legacies of the Korean War. This is true not just for South Koreans, but also for Korean Americans in the United States who have been separated from their family in North Korea. Over 100,000 Korean Americans have been separated from their relatives. And many of us have heard emotional stories from constituents about the pain this causes them and how they yearn to see, to talk with, and to hug their relatives once again. Unfortunately, 70 years after the war, too many families still remain divided. As that first generation of Korean Americans reaches the autumn of their lives, it is important that they be given an opportunity to reconnect with their loved ones. It's time for the United States government to actively work to help Korean Americans reach and reunite with their relatives. It's time to help Korean Americans finally gain some closure by helping them track down information about relatives that may have passed on. H.R. 7152 does this by collating information about Korean Americans that are interested in being reunited with their families and working with them to help facilitate many reunions, as well as information exchange with and about their family members in North Korea. This bill also calls on the State Department to prioritize the issues of family reunions in any dialogue with the DPRK. Though I would have preferred to see the authorization number stay in the bill, I understand the majority asked for that language to be removed to comply with their conference. And wanting to move in a bipartisan spirit, we have come to this agreement. And we will fight to make sure funds are appropriated to accomplish the modest program set forth in this legislation. I hope you will join me in supporting this measure and ensuring that our Korean American constituents have the ability to stay connected to those taken from them as a result of war. And I yield back.
Would my friend yield?
I yield.
I thank my friend, and I just want to thank him for this ANS, and I think it's not only a tribute to the Korean people, but a tribute to our colleague Jennifer Wexman. This is an important legacy issue for her. It's something she's worked on. We have a very large Korean American community throughout Northern Virginia. Of course, not as big as California, but it's maybe the second biggest in the country. And so many first-generation Koreans affected by the issues, Mr. Meeks, you just described, in terms of very painful separation. People who haven't seen relatives since the division of Korea and are unlikely ever to see each other again. It's one of the cruel after effects of the division and of the Korean-American War. And I'm so glad we're addressing it legislatively here today. And again, I think it's also a tribute to our colleague Jennifer Wexton, and I'm proud to join you and thank you for introducing it. And I thank the chair for putting it on the markup.
Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further recognition, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Meeks Amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by Representative Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Do you want it on your amendment or on reporting to the House? Okay.
There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7152 is amended to the House. Favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Boom.
Recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Committee will recess briefly to set up the electronic voting system, and we plan to vote in approximately 10 minutes. Yeah, you got a few things going on. Okay, there's McCormick. There's Ronnie Jackson. Come on, Dan, let's get this shit down. Fucking Mills, man. We could lose the vote right now if we took it. I don't want to do. I don't want that result.
Let's go.
Say Meeks wants to go.
Let's go.
Mills and French Hill.
Don't worry about it. Let's go.
There we go.
You're in a hurry. Let's go.
I am with you.
You're the boss. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't really care. Now? Now? I'm looking at Dan. Yeah, why can't they give me direction? It's really starting to piss me off. Come on. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 104 offered by Representative Davidson to H.R. 6609, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Got me right. The clapper. Clap on. All right, you think we got everybody? Got it? Who? Has Kim voted? Has she voted? No. No.
She has.
Okay. Have all members voted? Come on, Mr. Isa. Try and get this done before the floor votes, man.
Mr. Vera, do you have a thing?
Count. That doesn't count.
Can he vote by voice? Can you do it by voice, or does he got to do it electronically?
Wait.
All right. Did you do it? Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change his or her vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 21, the noes are 25.
That's it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6609, the Tiger Act, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. He did. A recorded vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Is this Walt's? Oops. Okay, thank you.
That's good. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 20.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Measures ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 7089, the Global Anti-Human Trafficking Enhancement Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will use the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. This is awesome.
Yeah, how long would be going on?
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting HCON Res 27, condemning Russia's unjust and arbitrary detention of Russian opposition leader Vladimir Kara-Murza, who has stood up in defense of democracy, the rule of law, and free and fair elections in Russia. As amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote, the question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6603, the No Technology for Terror Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 45, the noes are 2.
Ayes have it. Motion is agreed to. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 69 offered by Representative Self to the Smith Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 82, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Why aren't I? And I wasn't. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally. Have all members voted? How is Ms. Wagner recorded?
Ms. Wagner's not recorded.
Okay. I'll do this again. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 22.
The ayes have it. No, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Smith, number 97. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to.
Roll call.
On the
Underline. Down the line.
That's the
Down the
next
line.
vote.
Underline.
There being no further amendments, I move the committee report HRS 82 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. So it's self-passed. Okay. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 21.
The ayes have it. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Measures ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6046, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act, has amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Which one, Jenny, which one is this one? 6046?
The Houthi.
It's,
Is this 6604? What is this?
did 66. Yeah, I think it's the wrong number.
I don't know what that, what's 6046?
What's the?
You know.
Okay, you ready? Yes. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 13.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Measures ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 63 offered by Representative Meeks to H.R. 7122, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 21, the noes are 26.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 48 offered by Representative Manning to H.R. 7122, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 22, the noes are 27.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 7122 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? There being no further amendments, I move the committee report HR. Yeah, where's the other? I'm sorry. The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 19.
The ayes have it. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Motion is ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting HR 7152, the Divided Families National Registry Act, as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 49, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. The motion reconsider is laid on the table. This concludes consideration of the measures noticed by the committee for today. Committee stands adjourned.